How's it going, viewers of the tube? Thanks for tuning into the channel for, that's right, like the title suggests, Late Night Lego. I'm going to be rocking out the mirror build of the second floor in the boutique hotel, jamming out to some tunes and all that good stuff. So without wasting any more of my damn time. Oh yeah, I might have a couple beers somewhere in here as well. Couple of fresh air breaks, you know.
What up, y'all? My name's Tom. A little while back was an alcoholic. Had a mental breakdown like a year ago. Came close to put me in a coffin. Damn. After
Yeah, buddy.
I loved, after I did all the drugs, after I finally got fired for showing up late to the job, hella tired and drunk. After the oxys I put on my nose with my boss and the oil rigs when I was young. After my ex cut her wrist and the cops that I stabbed her and beat me and put me in cuffs. After I totaled my car trying to run from the cops with a kilo of coke in a trunk. After I drank till I rotted my teeth on my head, got infections in all of my gums. After I couldn't get hard cause the vodka and porno sedated me till I was numb. After I couldn't escape from the basement I rented and went to go live with my mom. After I cheated on people I needed a lot, trying to hide from the guy that I was. Then I got sober, the madness was over. Now I'm proud of the man I become. What up, y'all? My name's Marc. I've been off to Zanny's for a while now. I was waking up feeling suicidal, but I think I'm finally starting to smile now. Man, I lived a hell of a life. I've been to hell and back twice. Lost $10 million, three different addictions, so tell me about paying the price. From penthouses with top models, hanging with strippers with top bottles, beaches and hiding alone in my room from the world I was pissing in pop bottles. From chart top and being a role model to pop records and lost follows. When I cop product, got a month's worth. When I left the spot, cops followed. Saw a photo, it was on my face, cause I was 85 pounds.
Mormon here, shit.
Mental breakdown, trying to catch a plane. Wasn't mad, I was only Shane. My puppy Lola was my only game. Had to put my baby in a grave. I walked away.
Go from minus 37 to plus 6. Holy shit. And so this one sit there. Oh no, I'm gonna need new builds of this shit. Make sure I'm not screwing it up with my trusty mirror here.
You just got 24K Golden's new video. Keep watching even as you text about it. Don't miss a beat when you multitask on mobile. Try YouTube Premium on us.
So you've got your own business and you're doing everything you can to promote it. But marketing doesn't always have to be so flashy. With Google Ads, you can select your goal, like getting more visits, and your ad will show up on Google. So you can advertise smarter.
It's not the liquor I'm addicted to, it's feeling brave. The feeling of not feeling the pain. I've been on and off the bottle, I put oxys out my nostrils. Believe me, you do anything to breathe before you suffocate. I couldn't stop it, staying clean was not an option. I was trying to be myself, but being me was such a problem. I just wanted to be Thomas, but Thomas was at the bottom of a hole he dug and getting comfortable inside a coffin. He locked it and swallowed the key, caught up, forgot all his dreams. Robbed at a common, became embalmed in a toxic routine. Beer was the escape, but I got stuck
So we might start running into some problems.
Way before the fame, I was wasted, freezing, doing anything I could to keep the flame lit. To anyone going through the same, heaven's got enough angels, you need to stay here. And I can't make you stay, but sometimes going ain't a choice. And every choice you make is one that you didn't avoid. Crash the whip and ditch the car, bridge follow the stars. Monsters in the dark, but nothing's worth it till it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to see things clear through your tears. Anywhere is way better than here. Fight your fear. It's not the liquor I'm addicted to, it's feeling tough. When you get bullied half your life, you feel weak, like you just ain't enough. Then you have a couple drinks and you catch a buzz and finally have the courage to defend yourself and throw a punch.
Jeez, guys, don't be talking all at once now. Holy cow.
Chasing dragons every night in all the latest clubs. What used to be your favorite thing somehow became a dangerous crutch. It was what it was. And that's the thing, it can happen to like any of us. Right? Great parents, tight friends, strong walls, nice threads, good school, good looking, good grades, time spent. Being normal only lasted for a while. One bad choice sparked a downward spiral. I've spent half my life trying to climb out of that hole. Heaven's got angels, we need you at home. And I can't make you stay, but sometimes going ain't a choice. And every choice you make is one that you didn't avoid. Crash the whip and ditch the car, bridge follow the stars. Monsters in the dark, but nothing's worth it till it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to see things clear through your tears. Anywhere is way better than here. Fight your fear. It ain't the liquor we're addicted to, it's everything else. The happiness we have, but we forget how it felt. We've been drinking with the devil because we're going through hell. Pray to God for a little bit of help. Man, I've been there, I did those things. I drank those drinks, I took those pills, I puked in sinks. And the truth ain't pretty, listen up, this is a tough one. You get saved by your angels or become one. Crash the whip and ditch the car, bridge follow the stars. Monsters in the dark, but nothing's worth it till it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to see things clear through your tears. Anywhere is way better than here. Fight your fear.
Oh, yeah, way better.
Asana is the game changer for project management. Calendar view, timeline view, list. It's honestly just pretty sweet.
I can't hide my frown, my smile is hiding from my mouth. I can't lie, my mind keeps finding time to fight myself. I dive so deep inside, feel like I died and I'm in hell. Or I'm so high, my eyes can't see the ground beneath the clouds. Don't look down. Don't look down. I've tried to keep it quiet, silence on my cries for help. As long as I am rising till I'm upside down, I won't look down. This a meteoric rise, keep ignoring all the horror stories like so-and-so got way too famous and ended up killing himself with some pills and a knife. Hey, I am not the one who's gonna self-destruct, got it out the mud. I can way too far to fail or screw it up. I ain't dropping balls, I just blew them up. Hey, I will never let my mental illness be the cause of my downfall. I will never lie to none of my fans. If I did, it would sound wrong. I will never never try convincing you dummies. This isn't the town hall. Never look down, never look down. Just look around, y'all. Hey, all of my demons are here. All I can feel is fear. All I can do is keep being myself, and that's what I've been doing for 32 years. All of my haters came out, chasing my name for some clout. What are they angry about? They're climbing as high as their ladders can take them and screaming my name, but I don't look down. Hi guys, remember me? I'm a white guy. Everybody wanted to cancel. Nice try. Too sick on my die right. Too fist full of middle fingers. I got no time for high fives. Too rich for a drive-by. Pay the pilot on my private jet to keep it low and do a flyby. Take 9 9s on a bike ride. Why 9? Because I heard that a has 9 lives. I'm the one that y'all hated. I'm the one who won the game, got paid and famous. I'm the one who laughed in all their faces and became the greatest since old Slim Shady. I'm the one who don't care. I'm the one who goes where no one goes because they're scared. I'm the one who don't choke when the boat don't float. My throat there's no air. I can barely breathe. All the air I need. Oxygen is very thin at the top. I can barely sleep. Stars I'm on the knees. Shining too bright and I can't turn them off. I'm high as the birds now. Flying too close to the sun, gotta burn. Wow, I've been turning up and I ain't turning down. Maybe I should chill, but I ain't learning how. Hey, I'm not afraid of success. I'm afraid of what happens if I take a rest. I'm afraid that I'll end up where I was before in the hood with the money, your food for the rent. I'm scared if I look at the water, I'll drown. So I look at the sky and deny there's a ground. I'm scared of the altitude up in the clouds. I'm scared of the fall, so I don't look down. You.
Every single fucking one of you.
I can't hide my frown, my smile is hiding from my mouth. I can't lie, my mind keeps finding time to fight myself. I dive so deep inside, feel like I died and I'm in hell. Or I'm so high, my eyes can't see the ground beneath the clouds. Don't look down. Don't look down. I've tried to keep it quiet, silence on my cries for help. As long as I am rising till I'm upside down, I won't look down. This a meteoric rise, keep ignoring all the horror stories like so-and-so got way too famous and ended up killing himself with some pills and a knife. Hey, I am not the one who's gonna self-destruct, got it out the mud. I can way too far to fail or screw it up. I ain't dropping balls, I just blew them up. Hey, I will never let my mental illness be the cause of my downfall. I will never lie to none of my fans. If I did, it would sound wrong. I will never try convincing you dummies. This isn't the town hall. Never look down, never look down. Just look around, y'all. Hey, all of my demons are here. All I can feel is fear. All I can do is keep being myself, and that's what I've been doing for 32 years. All of my haters came out, chasing my name for some clout. What are they angry about? They're climbing as high as their ladders can take them and screaming my name, but I don't look down. Hi guys, remember me? I'm a white guy. Everybody wanted to cancel. Nice try. Too sick on my die right. Too fist full of middle fingers. I got no time for high fives. Too rich for a drive-by. Pay the pilot on my private jet to keep it low and do a flyby. Take 9 9s on a bike ride. Why 9? Because I heard that a has 9 lives. I'm the one that y'all hated. I'm the one who won the game, got paid and famous. I'm the one who laughed in all their faces and became the greatest since old Slim Shady. I'm the one who don't care. I'm the one who goes where no one goes because they're scared. I'm the one who don't choke when the boat don't float. My throat there's no air. I can barely breathe. All the air I need. Oxygen is very thin at the top. I can rarely sleep. Stars I'm on the knees. Shining too bright and I can't turn them off. I'm high as the birds now. Flying too close to the sun, gotta burn. Wow, I've been turning up. I made a boo-boo. Maybe I should chill, but I ain't learning how. Hey, I'm not afraid of success. I'm afraid of what happens if I take a rest. I'm afraid that I'll end up where I was before in the hood with the money, your food for the rent. I'm scared if I look at the water, I'll drown. So I look at the sky and deny there's a ground. I'm scared of the altitude up in the clouds. I'm scared of the fall, so I don't look down. You. Every single
fucking one of you.
I can't even see you because I don't look down. I can't hide my tears, I dry my eyes and more come out. I can't lie, my fear is suicide, not bank accounts. Keep my chin up, but my head weighs like 1,000,000 pounds. Feels like my neck might break, I hear it crack, ignore the sound. Don't look down. Don't look down.
Way better.
Keep it quiet, silence on my cries for help. As long as I am rising till I'm upside down, I won't look down. This a legendary climb, stand on the edge of the legend, it's very high. Think of the men who are dead cause it got to their head in a cemetery time. I ain't the one who gon' throw it away cause I'm feeling too lonely up here. I ain't the guy who gon' break from the pressure, it's snowy, my pipes are not frozen up here. when I hear about these YouTube rappers. I am not in that bracket, punk. Billboard plaques, I'm stacked in my mansion. $1 million cash for my taxes, punk. Call me trash, but I produce anthems. Y'all attacking with plastic, punk. I'm the biggest independent rapper in the world. You just live on my planet, punk. Got an acid tongue and massive lungs. Every single track I've done is packed the punch. Used to be an addict, y'all. I crashed a truck in Canada. Going too fast, blackout drunk. I was nice at the start, but the mood all changed. The reactors who trash me for views are lame. Don't ask me to help you remove no claims. If I see you punks, you go lose your chains. I am the one who they all call a liar. When I told them that I'd help my mom retire, they thought that I'd buy a new crib and a chain and a ring and a whip and some rims for the tires. Guess what? Mom don't work. Sent $100,000 in an LV purse. Made an album with Nova and Brandon. They own out the masters. I told them the fam comes first. Still got the pills that the doctor gave me to combat the depression and the panic attacks. I'm the type of person who won't even take a Tylenol, even when I got a dozen dogs on my back. They're calling me whack, but I don't react. I don't have time to write raps, replying to trash. All me, the whole team, yeah, they trying to cap. I'm concrete, but my demon tied in the cracks. I'm the one. I ain't about liquor for months, and you're lucky I'm sober. I'm nuts when I'm drunk, mix the whiskey with soda. The man I become would invite you all over. Put drugs in your punch when you pass it. I'll wrap you in plastic and hit you with hammers and black your shoulderless crush. I don't name names, I don't play games. I just aim straight and throw the guns. The rappers who hate act like family now. They try to jack my style like some hand-me-downs. They want 1 million views, I want a Grammy now. And the closest they'll come is they Grammy's house. I don't even drink, but I'm planning how I can make a brewery in a massive house to give free booze out to these rapping clowns, and they can die using that to wash Sandy's down. I'm the most successful guy to hold a pencil. I've been great for so long. I'm bored of flex and I became a machine made of iron. Check inside, peel the skin off and let the metal shine. I've been the greatest for so long, it feels normal for me to be special. So much blood I can buy back the souls of these rappers that sold them for cash for the devil. Why is everybody always talking? Criticizing how I'm doing it my way. If I'm so trash, why don't y'all release your videos on a Friday? Because that's my day. Comparing our numbers, you cook like some fried eggs. Like white legs. You only get views if you say my name. Angry I'm famous and not a great rapper, and you've been working stupid hard. I don't have to rap fast to impress all my fans. I am a superstar. Man, I'm built for this, I kill for this. Never get back for the blood that I spilled for this. I'm at the top, I don't even seem high enough. I need a couple more hills as the stealth for this. Hey, there ain't nobody around the top of the mountain. I scream and I shout. Nobody up here but me is allowed. The VIP section is deep in the clouds. Go ahead and call me a clown, cause I cannot hear it. Your sky is my ground. To look me in the eye, you'd have to reach the
Oh no, what did I do wrong?
I don't look down. If I stepped on glass and my feet on fire, my toes turn black and my shoes melt off and my bones touch ground, I will not look back, I cannot look down. I don't care about how hard it gets, I gotta be the fire in the dark, I guess. I got a beating heart inside an iron chest. If they're sleeping on me, I ain't trying to rest. Hope they die in their sleep, but I climb to the peak and their eyes never see all the heights that I reach. I deserve it cause I took the stairs to the moon. I might die from exhaustion, but I like the view. I'm higher than planets. The average person would die from the temperature. Bodies are burning, the oxygen needed for life isn't adequate. I hold my breath until I'm turning purple. All my life, all you did was doubt. And now I success can kill you now. Wish I could see I'll put you in the ground, but as bad as I want to, I'll never look down. You don't get it still. I am the one. You don't have to admit it to yourself. You don't have to admit it. You don't have to tell the whole world that when you look at me, you have to look up to me. And I don't look down. Everybody, please keep on talking. I am a superstar.
The all-new Google Pixel 6. It's smart enough to make photo bombers go poof. With Magic Eraser. On the first ever all Google phone. Google Pixel 6. For all you are.
I screwed up. I just wanna say I'm sorry. It's not my fault. You should probably ignore me. Oh my god. Should've given you a warning. Oh my friends, I'm sick and tired of the story. I don't drink, cause when I'm drunk I'm annoying. Call your phone when it's 3 in the morning. Start a fight, park the whip in your garden. Probably think I am mentally retarded. Please don't call me crazy cause I'm not. Last night I had one too many shots. Blacked out, got arrested by the neighbor's front lawn. Every time that I'm hungover, I convince myself I'm dying. Where the hell my pants go and why is my girlfriend crying? I say that I remember what I did, but I am lying. There's a tattoo on my butt cheek, it's a beer can and he's smiling. I'm pretty sure that last night went down in history. We made it out alive and that's a victory. Black eyes, minor injuries. We lost the fight together, that's a win to me. I don't drink, cause when I'm drunk I'm retarded. Ask around, I'm the life of the party. Hold my beer, cause I'm only getting started. There's about to blow in the misery. I'm a mess. And I know you don't deserve it, you're the best. And I'm a pretty stupid person nonetheless. You try to help me cause I'm hurting, I confess. Sometimes I feel like I'm not worth it. I don't drink, cause when I'm drunk I'm a problem. I don't care who I hurt, I feel
Irish Andrew, how's it going? Where is everybody? I think they're all in bed getting ready for work tomorrow.
Please help, tell me how'd I end up here. Last night, I had one too many beers.
Got the new modular 2, not sure when you'll start it, eh? I'm doing this one mirror build styles. Hot in here, damn. What's holding me up, Irish Andrew? The work or? You got a bunch of other projects that you got on the go?
Be quiet, can you hear it? I don't hear it. Damn, oh no. My sexy photos, can we clear it? We need to
I saw a
clear it.
photo that showed 3 of them together. That would be pretty cool. I haven't even looked at those photos yet. Working on the City Mobile crane right now, and yeah, other sets in City to work on the list. I hear ya. Let's go.
Hello, babe.
Hello, babe.
I was just recording me calling you so I could put it in the song.
Oh, okay.
I love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
See change getting closer. I'll never get sober. I deal with this pain, don't ask me how. I just hide behind a mask of smiles. When I'm down and drunk and bound, I get as high as I can be. I don't like the person that's inside of me. Try to numb my pain, but the bullshit never works. I run from shame, I'll do anything to heal the hurt. I fucked up again, hide behind my sins. I found everything but closure. Learn to swallow pride behind these hollow lines. I don't see change getting closer. I need to get sober. I woke up this morning a little hungover.
cool to hear, Andrew. The city must have the projects completed. City works is an ongoing challenge for sure. For sure.
I won't do you wrong no more. It's all I've ever known. It's all I know. It's all I know. Baby, who's gonna catch you when you fall? When you really need them, who's the one that you can call? I don't give a fuck about it, you can have it all. Cause the leaves only fall in the fall. Yeah, they fall in the fall. Smoking weed, drinking liquor. Some of my sins can't be
Fall in the fall.
House on fire, can't leave the kitchen. I'm committed, motherfuckers can't see the vision. Meanwhile, I'm soaked in gasoline. The game's up and down like a trampoline. Please understand, if you shake the tree, you gotta deal with the walls, better break the leaves. Man, my life had tragedy, so they taught me something about agony. How to see a lot of shit go up and down, and that taught me something about gravity. I feel the good times over the horizon. I can feel them coming with the sun.
Cool, Andrew. You got a stage or a scene you're gonna set that crane up with? Or is it just gonna move around your city wherever it's needed?
And I changed my life, I swear. Through the hard times, still right there. Fuck shit, I did my share, but the darkness over and not prepared. Baby, if you love me, well, please love me now. Baby, if you love me, my darkest hour, my darkest hour. If I did you wrong before, I won't do you wrong no more. It's all I've ever known. It's all I know. It's all I know. Baby, who's gonna catch you when you fall? When you really need them, who's the one that you can call? I don't give a fuck about it, you can have it all. Cause the leaves only fall in the fall. Yeah, they fall in the fall.
Love under a full moon to the sound of howling big dogs. Early morning gunfire, blinded by the thick fog. No way out, I only see a way in. I'm looking for the wind, follow my heart, never a trend. No fear where I've been, cause I'm still good at my worst.
Moving around the city for now. So mine's doing every time I got a new project, I'll move that crane around the city. It'll be, the workhorse of the city projects. That's cool, man. That's cool.
What you kill, I bite hard, hungry hippo, while my baby weeps underneath the branches of my willow.
If you love me, well, please love me now. Baby, if you love me, if you love my darkest hour, my darkest hour. If I did you wrong before, I won't do you wrong no.
Sorry.
It's all I know. It's all I know. Baby, who's gonna catch you when you fall? When you really need them, who's the one that you can call? I don't give a fuck about it, you can have it all. Cause the leaves only fall in the fall. Yeah, they fall in the fall. I was talking to a guy that I respect dearly the other day. And he told
That's what I do
me,
too. I have a construction site that I move around to wherever. I have an empty base plate or two.
and it took
It's a
me
good
second
idea.
to think about what he was really saying. But he was saying, don't let my problems distract me so much dealing with them. I forget my mission. Hey, baby brother, how you doing? The streets still holding. The last time I seen you, you ain't seemed so focused. Can't believe I ain't noticed. I can't believe I missed it. Life been crazy, man. Fast life living while struggling sitting in the prison. I'm sitting in tripping.
Oh,
and
the
I'm
opposite.
sitting here
That's
wishing that
right.
you was sitting here with me, but you're not. I'm all alone. Trying to write the song. Sipping on some bourbon and blowing a little strong. This is therapeutic music, so I'm taking my time. Figure while I had a second, I would drop it from mine. Me and Rhea doing well, but don't worry about us. I bet your ass up the chiller, probably rolling the dub.
Did I make any mods to your crane? I saw a video on YouTube and then I'm using some tips from it. No, I haven't, to be honest. I haven't even looked into modding that crane. To be honest, Andrew, I've been before January 1st, I've just been rocking out mostly that Castle Mock.
And every hardship is a blessing, and this is the same. It's been 16 years because of lesson of pain, because your death was the first damn lesson on AIDS. I'm just riding through my old neighborhood, reminiscing the life that I was living. Man, I was tripping. I grew up around sinners that was trying to win. People living to die, but they was dying to live. Think about you every now and then. I ride by the crib, call it the crib, but my mother has some victory.
I'm gonna look into that now that you mention it. That's a good idea.
Gave a man an iPhone and didn't know what it is. I hope that heaven has a smoking section. I hope that heaven has a smoking section. When it's said and done, we'll all know. I hope they got a place that we can blow. I hope that heaven has a smoking section. We ain't spoken a while. I'm sorry, change did it. That and the face, you got struck out on the painkillers. The money and fame did it. You tried, you can't quit it. Just think it's a shame that your name's in the same sentence as a junkie. A flunky on your back is the monkey. You used to have it all. The hoes and the money had a dream that you killed yourself. Woke up reaching for my phone like you needed my help. But I'm so focused on myself and my dollar doing well. You're a grown man, I have to hope you're going through a spell. But I'm praying for you. And I know that you feeling the pain, but you're an addict. You won't change until you're ready to change. And I hope you think about your family and get it right. And just know that I'm gonna pray for you before I sleep tonight. If me and money talk, I'd like to share this thought while you fighting alligators. Don't forget to clean the swamp. I hope that heaven has a smoking section. I hope that heaven has a smoking section. When it's said and done, we'll all go. I hope they got a place that we can blow. I hope that heaven has a smoking section.
Some of Lego's design is just weird, like having exhaust pipes in the seating area, and the taillights look weird being two different parts. Yes, I agree. I use round tiles for the red lights instead. Makes sense. So you're just kind of making it a little bit more A-fallish as opposed to being like a straight little kid play toy. You're making it more of like a model with a better look, realistic look. Very cool.
Then he told me the more that he started to understand his demons, the more that he started to love them. Drinking all Monday, some of them yet I'm on the road. Year round rain, sleet, or snow, doing shows, collecting checks. Have some issues, the whole team know it. This life I live, it's hard not to show it. Every day it's just another path for me to stumble down, and I gotta control it. Different city every night, I must take flight. Only problem, no brain in sight. I might be sold pharmaceuticals. Them Percocets go a little white, and I gotta drive first thing tomorrow. Back to Memphis to see my daughters. If I don't show up, then know something is wrong. That is just not like they follow. Think about them in the studio floor. It's in and out, tour bus doors. Hard to think with a foggy mind. All this smoke around makes me unsure that I'm falling back. Do I pick it up? All these demons forcing me to make a choice. I'm hollering loud, I wanna put this down. At the moment, they don't hear my voice. I'm learning to live with my demons. I'm learning to live with my demons. Learning to live with my demons. I'm learning to live with my demons. I'm just trying to be the better father. It's so hard when you're stuck in your mind.
All right.
I'm learning to live with my demons. Keep on falling in love with my demons. I try to go
roll like the nose on Pinocchio. I can't lie, I'm close to an overdose. For my people doing time to propose a toast, I gotta blow now, y'all. I'ma go for broke, for real. Experience looking sour, shows getting crowded and the crowd getting louder. Used to stay up late hours, really selling powder. Dirty ass kid barely ever took a shower. I'm a grown man now when I'm personal clean. Smoke a little weed and I mess with the lean. I got a couple demons that be messing with me. The judge wanna throw away the kid definitely. I can't smoke weed now cause my PO tripping. Got a son on the way and his mother is bitching. I should calm down, shut up and listen, but I keep on touring and keep fucking with bitches. Truth is, probably never settle down, but I'll never let them down. I'll probably never get the crown, but life is so much easier when I was selling pounds. People who's feeling down, they don't feel real proud.
Excuse me, sorry. Oh yeah, look at that. Got the base done. Bag numero 8.
You show me any of your darkness, I'll show you your goodness. They say it always takes one to know one. Maybe that's why you motherfuckers feel like me. Because I feel like you.
Until I say otherwise, I'm going to insist on the entire album of We're not.
You've gone from watching drum solos on your phone to playing along with them in a soundproof basement. Download and rock out even when the Wi-Fi's loud.
Bag number 8.
God gave me a starter dimension. Now I'm on the verge of redemption. But it's hard to let the past go. When the past is always the first thing missing. The birds still chirp with the sun don't
I did not get the helicopter transporter. Haven't built yours yet. Get any other city set. So I got
Tell you what we believe. Told a lot of lies, don't speak to me. Trying to tell the truth, I've increased the need. I guess it's time to let go of the beast of me.
As for a straight city, Andrew, no. But stuff that I will be adding to the city is so January 1st, I grabbed 2 boutique hotels, 1 Lego Friends Main Street building, 1 Monkey Kid City of Lanterns, the picnic in the park, the city crane, and to be honest, that's about it. I just don't want another helicopter. The semi-truck looks cool, but it takes up a lot of room with that trailer. That's why I skipped out on that helicopter transporter.
Brightest light that I see tonight, still shining bright from that burning bridge that I made it off of. Made it out, but I still doubt that I can stay away. Love the flame that we set ablaze. We dance around it and we celebrate till someone died. Then it resonate and we point the fingers.
I feel I only have 1 helicopter, but it's my first one with that nice part for the front of it. Know what I mean? Yeah, I'll have to look into that helicopter and see how decent it is. Maybe I'll change my mind. But man, I got so many darn helicopters and planes from other sets. I just can't hang them up and stuff. So, but I'm sure when it retires, I'll be like, damn, I need that. You know how it goes, you leave it for 2 years, and then as soon as it retires, that's when you decide how bad you really need it.
Yeah, I'm somewhere in
macros got me. These pills pretend to be my friend. I'm done for the last
I want several of the other CD sets, but they have to go on sale first, way overpriced for this year. I agree, especially that picnic in the park.
here somehow. I should know by now. I'm just a long
I can't remember what this was, but I feel like it was a $40 set, way overpriced.
ways I can get gone. I'm a battle to the high.
That police car looks cool, overpriced.
Write these songs. 'Cause I'm only one drink away from the devil. I'm only one call away from home. Yeah, I'm somewhere in the middle. I guess I'm just a little right and wrong. Mistakes I made, I paid for them to gas. Walked a million miles on broken glass. I'm feeling like I'm fading. My heart's been slowly breaking. When I'm dealing, smoking, make me drink. Talk to God, I tell him what I think. At first he's gonna hate me.
Yeah.
But eventually
Honestly, I'm pretty content with everything that I scored so far. It's just pieces I need these days, mainly. I'll start with a set, but I'm always going looking for pieces. I'd like to get one more City of Lanterns. You know, I can wait 6 months maybe for that. It's pretty pricey. But it's just parts and pieces, maybe minifigures. Like right now, I'm spending way too much trying to build this Black Falcon army for the castle. Way too much money. One Black Falcon, torso, legs, shield, no head, helmet, sword. We're looking at about $4, just over $4 for one minifigure, Black Falcon minifigure. So if you want to get 200-300 of them,
So you've got your own business.
$4
and you're
for
doing
one.
everything you can to promote it.
You're looking
But
at about
marketing doesn't always have to
$1,000
be
for a
so
stupid
out
Black
there.
Falcon minifigure army.
With Google Ads, you can set
So
your
I'm
location,
slowly
and when
picking
people
away
search
at
for
it.
local businesses,
5
your ad will
here,
show up
5
on
there,
Google, so you can
6 here,
advertise
7 there.
smarter.
I could listen to that song again. Doc, how's it going late night? Speaking of which, I better grab that charger real quick.
I never get lonely. I got these goals to keep me company. I took the rear view off, but it's so forward, so I only see in front of me. Now the past is out of sight and out of mind. Swore I'd change, now I'm back chasing these white lines. I'm just a long-haired son of a sinner, searching for new ways I can get gone. I'm a battle to the highway. If you ever wonder why we write these songs, 'cause I'm only one drink away from the devil. I'm only one call away from home. Yeah, I'm somewhere in the middle. I guess I'm just a little right and wrong. These macros got me. These pills pretend to be my friend. I'm done for the last time. I'm lying to myself again. I always say that
Oh, that was close. I'm actually sweating after that. Doc, how's it going? You walked in at the perfect time. If I didn't read that comment, I want to realize that the computer was at 1% health. Whew. That was a mad dash upstairs and back. Thank you, Doc, for saving the day. Harsh Andrew says, oh yeah, people building armies will spend a fortune now. Priced at $5 per minifig for new battle packs. Lego isn't too greedy. Yep. Yeah, the good old question, eh? What's Lego doing? What's Lego doing? I think I'm at the point we've had the discussion throughout the community enough times. Lego listen to this, or they doing that. I think they're just marching to the beat of their own drums. They don't really give a shit about anything else. Like, if you got a great idea, they don't care. The only reason they did Lego Ideas is because they knew they'd get backlash if they just straight ripped off all the pictures throughout the community. Yeah, I'm at the point where I just think Lego doesn't give two shits about what the customer says. They just about tanked their company. They bounced it back. They started making money hand over fist, and now they just realize what they got. Lego is to the toy world what Facebook is to social media world, right? And Lego knows that. I don't think they give two shits. Or else we'd have all this stuff we talk about. We'd have this set, that set, this theme, that theme.
I was given an award for doing it.
I mean, let's say they went to Sonic, Sega, Sonic, whoever owns it, I don't care, whatever you want to call it. And Sonic just said no, right? Straight out said no. And Lego went, we'll give you whatever amount of money you want for this license. And they just said no. Lego has so much money. If they want a license on, like SpongeBob, they're going to get it. Star Wars, they're going to get it. So to say that, oh, it's a licensed theme, I'm not into that. I just don't think Lego cares. The prices are creeping up on every theme across the board. Well, there's another one. Like, they didn't make enough money last year.
But still able to leverage Amazon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you right now on my computer how you...
So I don't know. They'll blame it on the supply chain issues, but we'll never drop back down. Well, that's like every company. Ford, Jamin Home Builders, Brookfield. All these companies aren't running their finances like they're supposed to be, like we are, right? So we're supposed to work, but if something happens and you break a leg, or there's a rainy day for how long and you can't get to work for 2 months, you're supposed to be able to carry yourself even though there's less work. Lego wants to sell less product and make more money. Same with Ford. In 2008, when no one was buying cars and they just about went bankrupt, because if they don't sell 20 more cars than they did yesterday, and then 40 more cars than they did 2 days before that, they're going down. I don't get it. Why? Yeah, why? Why'd that go? Like, face it. If there's supply chain issues, the world had some turmoil. And for 1 or 2 years, you're not going to make your expected profits. Like, you're just not going to make it. You know what? Guess what? Macro Bricks wanted to make $150,000 this year, last year, and the year before. But the world fell apart. So guess what? I wasn't making that. Do I get to go gouge whoever? Actually, I probably would if I could. But they'd just say, no, take a hike. I'll get my kitchen from somewhere else. But if I was the only person selling kitchens in all of Alberta, I'd probably do what Lego does. No, I wouldn't. But I kind of see where they're coming from. They're the only person that's making, not the only person making this product, but, like, they are owning the lion's share of the market. I just don't think they care, man. Especially when they up their prices during Corona. Did they make more money the last year, 2 years? They'll blame it on supply chain issues and they'll never drop back down. All that stuff, when it went up, except for like wood, because no one was going to keep paying that price, it's not going to come back down. It's almost like if you give up your freedoms and liberties, you think you're getting them back. We won't go there. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. All these companies, right? And that's Lego. That's just Lego. It's just like a hobby. It's a toy. I could push it aside and never touch it. But when food starts doing that, when necessities of life start going up and up and up and up, more so than they already have the last 5 years, I think they say on average food's gone up about 6% every year. So that means vegetables are roughly, 24% more expensive? We'll say 25% more expensive than they were 4 or 5 years ago. Sometimes you think that with the prices of celery sometimes, and broccoli sometimes, and cauliflower sometimes. Are you mocking or setting? I am setting, Doc, but I'm doing the mirror build. I'm doing the mirror build of the boutique hotel. So normally like this would be over here, and this one would be over there, and this would be this way or something. That's what I'd be doing. Andrew says they don't have to do this though. Aren't they supposedly the largest toy company in the world by sales? Yes. That's a whole nother conversation on its own. They don't have to do this. Does Facebook and Microsoft and all of them have to make X and X and X amount? If the banks are making, well, here in Canada anyways, if the top 5 banks are each making $3 to $4 billion a quarter, could they not give back to the consumers a little bit? And could you not cut us a little bit of a break on some stuff, you know? No, man, these corporations are owning the world. Isn't there like 5 companies that are worth more than America? Like there's 5 companies in the States that are worth more than the United States themselves? I thought I read that somewhere. Lee, how's it going? I'm doing fan-brickin-tastic. Doc says, mirror build breaks my brain. Ooh, me too, Doc. Me too. That's why I don't like thinking too hard about the difficult steps. So I bust out a mirror. Mirror build. Does that show up on camera? For the big sets, you know, a small set, not too bad. You could probably bust your brain a little bit, but big sets, modulars, Star Wars, Ninjago City type stuff, definitely mirror. Grab a mirror. Andrew says, I love doing mirror builds. I saw a mirror of 2 of the townhouses from the bookshop set in a YouTuber city. So I tried it myself and it was easy. Yeah, I don't think I've built any of those bookshop townhouses mirror built. I built some of the brownstone townhouses from the pet shop mirror built. But the way I had those bookshelves or the bookstore townhouses, I wanted all the stairs coming down at the angle the same way. I don't know. It's just the mood I was in at that time. How's Lee doing on, I want to say, a Tuesday morning for you? Tuesday, 8 a.m.-ish? Did I do all 5 of those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On to some seating. Yeah, all the companies in the world, you know. Us peons are definitely getting more on the peon side. I feel like not to go on a political rant too much, but I feel like our chance to take back the power and actually hold government accountable, I feel like it's slipping away. And it's going to slip away to a point where we'll never be able to get it back. And we're just going to be... You ever seen the movie The Matrix? That's what we're going to be. Scary times, man. Scary times. If I could just live in my bubble and just live in the city that I live in and didn't pay attention to whatever's on the TV, if I didn't get on the internet, if I just lived like an Amish lifestyle, then maybe. Problem is, I get on the internet and my curious mind starts looking and sleuthing and hunting, and then I find one thing and it leads to another rabbit hole and another rabbit hole and another rabbit hole. And then the next thing you know, wow, this computer fan's going hardcore. Lee is saying it's going fan-brickin-tastic. All good, thank you. Good to hear. Good to hear that the world across the board is still in order. You know, I get can't even talk, I'm trying to think. I get asked often, lots actually, by family members especially, why I'm not having kids. I'm 38 now, so like to me, my opportunity of having kids is long gone like 3 years ago. If I didn't have kids 3 years ago, I'm never having kids. That was kind of the plan. And people ask me all the time, well, Mark, why didn't you have kids? Why didn't you have kids? I don't think I would be a good dad. I think I would fuck my kid up. But everyone says, oh, all the time, you'd be a good parent, Mark. You'd be a good parent. No, I'd fuck my kid up. But, and one of the reasons why I don't have kids, one of the major reasons why I don't have kids, is at age 16 or 17. How old was I? 2001. So I would have been 17, 2001. And that's when it hit me. And I seen the world for what it is. And I was like, I'm not having kids. I'm not bringing kids into this world. I'm not bringing my pride and joy into this world. I'm not going to add to the fruit fly effect. So one of the things they're like, oh, you got to do your part to help the world climate change, right? Me, I feel doing my part is not adding to the fruit fly effect. So I didn't have kids. We're getting deep. We're getting personal tonight. And to each their own, you know, that's just me ranting and raving about the world and why I didn't have kids. Not for me, man. I can't leave my truck door unlocked without getting stolen. I can't let go of my wife's hand without someone trying to steal her. I only would imagine what happens if I'm not around my kid all the time. And maybe I'm an asshole for saying this, but I would be legit worried if I had a daughter. Like, I'd be legit worried. Like, I'd be stressing. I'd be mad stressing. Nothing wrong with not having kids. Well, thank you. Right on. There needs to be more people like us that don't, because the world is overpopulated. Fruit fly effect. So, you know, like if you got a fruit fly and you don't take care of them, it turns into 2 fruit flies, and then 2 turns into 4, 4 turns into 8, 8 turns into 16, 16 turns into 32, 32 turns into 64, 64 turns into 120, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So that's where the world is. So we're at 5 billion people, and now we're at 7 billion, and then we're going to be at 10 billion, and then we're going to jump to 15 billion, and then we're going to jump to 20 billion, we're going to jump to 28 billion, and it's just the problems that we face now are just going to get bigger with the more people on the planet. If we can't get these problems in order, and we're not going to get them in order, we can't even solve a simple like sports team. What team do you cheer for? The Blackhawks. I like the Canadians. Let's kill them, guys. You know, so we're never going to solve like real world problems. And then as more people grow, the fruit fly effect, we're just going to use more resources. We're going to consume more space, and we're going to start growing at such an exponential rate. That's the fruit fly effect. Right? So it's just me and my wife. But if we had 2 kids, and then they had 2 kids, and those kids had 2 kids, and those 2 kids had 2 kids, you know, in a couple generations, damn, we just made an extra 100 people. From 2 people to 100 people. And I don't know, that was just my mentality of what can I do for the world. I don't like the government. I don't want my kid to be in the world's problems that I think are going to get worse when I die. Like, I think the world's going to be a hellhole by the time I die. People wonder about my mentality of some stuff. I guess I'm letting it out right here, right now. Because this thought process kind of dictates a lot of stuff I do in my life, or a lot of ways I interact in life. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a scary time, man. It's the unknown. It's like the dark ages all over again. Except for this time, instead of the dark ages not being able to record history and document it properly, this time we can record history and document it properly. We just choose not to because it's offensive or something, or we choose to erase it because it's offensive. Do I got my phone? Did I ever read you guys the list of words the government of Canada made as a hate crime now? It's getting nuts. It's getting nuts. It's hard. In a nutshell, you're supposed to really love thy neighbor, right? You're supposed to love the neighbor, help them out when you can. You don't have to give them the shirt off your back, but it is a sure nice gesture, especially if you'd want some help in your hard times. That's your neighbor, let alone your own family members. Nowadays, you got people beating their kids, shaking the shit out of their kids, you know, demoralizing their kids, calling their kids names. Like, I'm not talking just disciplining your kid when they do something wrong. Like, I'm talking you're calling them names and legit lowering their self-esteem, right? Gonna fuck them up later in life type shit. And that's just humans to humans. So I don't think I'm gonna be getting any better. We don't treat each other very nice on day-to-day interactions. And the shit that humans let slide, we make up the stupid excuses to justify our wrongdoings. And I'm probably a good example of it. As much as I like to try and keep myself in check and stab myself in the eye when I'm out of line. So I'm always squinting. But no, we don't keep ourselves in check. We make up excuses and let shit slide. How's that saying go? We're supposed to ask God for the strength to finish, but instead we just cheat and ask for forgiveness at the end. I shouldn't say it too often, but I've said it before on stream and I'll say it again. I'm not a very religious person, and I don't necessarily believe like the whole Noah's Ark, but you know, the whole story of God made it rain and it rained and it rained and it rained because there's just too much raping and pillaging and thievery on the earth. He's probably looking down at us going, man, I wish I didn't make that promise because I would flood those mofos out in a second. If it starts raining and it doesn't stop, I'm going to be like, yes, we deserve this. I'm not going to feel bad for us. I'm not going to feel bad for humanity. You know, like now they're trying to get all this technology so they can divert an asteroid so that if it hits planet Earth, it doesn't wipe us all out like it did dinosaurs. I'm kind of thinking that might be the best thing for the planet. You know? Just let that asteroid crater right into us. Give the poor planet a fresh start. I feel lost nowadays, to be honest. Trying to have civilized conversations with half these people. Instead of people having a civilized conversation, they'll just make up whatever random fact so they can be right so that their ego's not hurt. No, I'm right. No, you're a liar. No, I'm right. No, you're a liar. No, but I'm right. Okay, liar, you can be right. But that would mean that God isn't all seeing and all knowing. Yeah, well, however that works, I'm just saying, in a nutshell. Because he would have seen this coming and just ended it with Noah. But then even before Noah, Doc, wouldn't he have seen it coming before he had to flood the world the first time? Wouldn't God known that Eve was going to eat that apple? Like, could he have not have avoided all our pain and misery? He didn't have to make us flawed and stupid, did he? Did he have to make me flawed and stupid like the dumb human that I am? He made his son perfect. He made the rest of us a bunch of idiots. To justify us being idiots, he took the one perfect person that was supposed to be leading by example and upped them. I'm confused how that fucking is supposed to be working. The guy that was supposed to set the example got upped to save all our stupidity. I would have done it the other way around. I would have kept the good guy and I would have upped all the dummies. Been all like, nah, and sink that boat and wander off into the universe and forget the mistake that was Earth. Yup. Yup. Yeah, I wonder that all the time. God has a plan for each and every one of you. Well, damn it. Why'd my sister get raped at fucking 3? Riddle me fucking that one, Batman. God will never give you a challenge that you cannot overcome. But yet, my mom died, my dad died, my brother died, my sister died, all on the act of a hate crime. I was laid up in the hospital for 3 months and I survived. That's a pretty good lesson, God. That is a good lesson. I don't know what I'm supposed to be getting out of that fucked up lesson, but I'm going to find it. And I'm going to learn that lesson. And I'm going to be a better person. Are you kidding me right now? It's the biggest crop of shit I've ever heard. I would be such a better person if that happened to me. There ain't going to be no better person. A hard one for me, especially if I was religious, would be hear these stories. Friends in high school. So you're what, 18, 19, 20. You meet the love of your life. You're 20, 21. You get married. You're 22. You have your first kid, 23. Your wife gets cancer and dies. You got a 1-year-old baby. Your wife got some fast-acting cancer and died. I'd have a hard time. If that was me, I'd be cursing someone out fucking every day. I'd be a bitter mofo. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't go there. That's funny. So, with that all being said, up and out of the way, who's got their 4th dose yet? You guys get your 4th round of vaccines? I think in a couple more doses, I think by the time I'm at my 8th or 9th booster shot, I might be able to travel again. Here they got the vaccine passport, so you can't really do anything if you're not vaccinated. Quebec just updated their vaccine passport, so now you have to have your 2 shots plus your 3rd shot, like your booster. I just heard that Israel has almost their whole population with four shots. So 2 boosters and the 2 vaccines. I was like, damn. They're paranoid up over there. Their scientists are making vaccines and booster shots for variants that aren't even varianted yet. I was fully vaccinated last May. No booster yet, but I just read yesterday that the boosters don't cover Omicron. Well, this might be a little bit too much information, but I didn't get my vaccines until the very last minute, until they threatened to fire my wife from her job that she's had for 16 years. So she was forced to get her vaccine. So I was like, well, if she's in that boat, I'm going to go get in that boat as well. So we end up in the same island all together. So whatever. I haven't had really any issues or side effects or anything that I know of. Her, because she has girl issues, feminine issues once a month, she notices other things that happen. So one of the things that happens is this is kind of gross, but whatever. It's just nature, I guess. Her menstrual cycle is a lot more prevalent. Like it drags out for an extra 3-4 days a month. And then it's random as well. So she'll get her period for like 4 days randomly throughout the month. And then apparently it happens to a lot of women. And I'm going, wow, they sent out this pamphlet with all these like issues and pros, and there's like one or two little cons, but everything was pro this, pro that. I was like, never once did anyone ever say that it affects a woman's menstrual cycle. But it happens a lot. Like if you go ask your wife and your wife friends and all, no one ever wants to talk about it because it's personal, but apparently it does. I was like, well, isn't that kind of like a key piece of information people should know about? You have to be vaccinated every 4 to 8 weeks for protection from the virus. Well, is that what they're saying now, eh? Well, Johnson & Johnson got pinched for selling opioids, and they couldn't do that stint anymore. So the next best thing is if you come up with a plan that everyone has to take it. Damn it, Johnson & Johnson, we only sold 800 billion. We only sold 800 billion Oxycontins last year to the States. We need to up that number. Well, sir, if we get everyone in America to take a shot every 4 to 6 weeks, for the flu epidemic. Look how far we've come, eh? So 100 years ago, there was a flu epidemic. Everyone was required to get a vaccine or you got arrested. And now they're like, yeah, the flu. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the flu. You got the flu? Who cares? Oh, it's funny. It's funny. Yeah, we'll see where we're at in 10 years, I guess, right? Time will tell. That is the kicker. You cannot hide anything from time. Time will always tell the answer. So in 5-10 years, we'll see. We're either going to be like, yeah, them seatbelts save lives. Or we're going to be like, damn, that was a waste of a lot of money, a lot of stress. It's even a simple step. I don't want to be thinking about this right now, so I'm just going to use my mirror. I don't worry about much, but I'm actually a little scared. Not like scared, like, ooh, scared, but like scared, like I'm almost wondering how to plan certain aspects of my own life and which way I should be going with planning certain aspects of one's life with all this stuff up in the air, governments, banks, all that stuff. Did somebody say Mario? Mayo. What up, Mayo? I'd say late night, but I guess it's not late night for you as much as it's early morning. Yeah, we'll find out. Damn, I wanted to have kids. Government just kept fucking up so bad. Too bad they wouldn't pay me $10 million for that, like something along the lines of stepping on my civil liberties, my charter of rights. So apparently Canada pays the terrorists $10 million. It's like, yo, he's throwing grenades at American soldiers. Why would you give him money? Well, you know, we stepped on his charters of rights and we didn't give him access to a lawyer. Well, he gave up his access to a lawyer and he gave up his access of rights as soon as he picked up a grenade. Damn, he knew what side he was playing for. Hang him. Mind you, they probably shouldn't have been in some of those countries anyways. If they weren't in those countries, they wouldn't be worrying about getting grenades thrown at them. It's 7 p.m. Southern Australia. I'm out right now. I'll be back in half hour. Cool. Andrew says, hey, there's a part in the mobile crane set that I've never seen before. Are the 2x4 tiles with 2 centered studs new parts? Oh, yes, I think they are. I remember those. When I seen those two, I thought the same thing. I was like, I've never seen these before. Yes, one day. One day, these will find out. Well, I did that wrong. I did that just like the picture, and it's supposed to be mirror built.
Well, I mean, they were known all over the city. Everybody knew them. With a love like they had, it was hard not to. I've known it. They had been tangled up with him for, I'm honestly not sure how long, but he owned everybody important in the city. Like police, politicians, literally everybody.
Was this one a beautiful disaster?
Later on, obviously, they became known all over. Because, you know, how the story goes. They were Jelly and Bunny.
I don't know what I would do without you. I don't know where I would be without you. I don't know
Oh no, what am I doing?
without you. I don't know if I could live.
Give me a Xanax bar, I ain't coming down. Gas to a flame with the sparks, I can't shut it down. I've been chasing these stars, the sun's coming down. The pupil in my eyes, the size of a dime. My nose is running now. Lord, please forgive me of my sins. What's it take to get this problems to start coming to a knee? $150 on the desk. I'm touching on the whip and I'm thinking about to drive this motherfucker off a cliff. I'm a ball of flames. And if it wasn't for us,
That's going the right way.
I would have emptied the clip. But that all switched the first time you called my name. Before you, I was out here sitting in the rain. Before you, I was out here living with the pain. Before you, I was out here wishing I could change on the collision course. I was playing chicken with a train. You're the one that I'm loyal to. You're the one that I'm devoted to. Need to change and it's overdue. Nothing in life matters when I'm holding you. I remember that night that you asked what's on my mind, and I looked you in the eyes and I told you suicide. made me realize without you by my side, I wouldn't even be alive. I wouldn't be alive. Without you, it'd be suicide. Without you, it'd be suicide. Your love can save me. Suicide. Without you, it'd be suicide. Your love can save me. Life's taking its toll on me slowly. And you're the only one that really knows me. When we met, I mixed Sprite with the codeine. If it wasn't in my life, I would have OD. Came through the storm, there was the rising blood, that was cold, hearted ice. It's pumping through my blood vessels. I never know what you see. And it's fucking drug dealer, taking your blood whenever I said you a love letter. I'm going back to my home from the start. I either swam with the sharks or alone in the dark, cause that's all I know.
Triple A, what up, Aussie Adam? Good day to you, sir.
Every time that I feel depressed, a ticking time bomb less than a minute left. I swear to God, I could blow at any second. Been here before, but never learned my lesson. I don't know why I'm always second guessing, but you're the only one that I never question. I remember that night that you asked what's on my mind, and I looked you in the eyes and I told you suicide. Suicide. It's like a heart around trial, and made me realize without you by my side, I wouldn't even be alive. I wouldn't be alive. Without you, it'd be suicide. Without you, it'd be
He's saying hello to Adam. Adam's saying hello right back to Lee. Cool. Adams to say macro back in a bit. Time to bounce on the trampoline. Nice.
I overheard that they didn't let anyone tear them apart. Well, they
Oh,
knew what they were
wrong
gonna do
piece.
when they walked into that club.
You find that motherfucker. I'll in for you right away. Now listen, Bubba. You call and tell her we're here as soon as you see us on the news, all right? But leave her out of this. Keep her here as long as she needs to be.
I mean, I guess they helped me because I lost the kind of love that they had. Pure passion. And the will to burn together rather than live apart from one another.
Are these the pieces you were talking about, Andrew?
You can't expect your team to manage work with this. Monday.com's flexible management system. You can shape it to the exact way you and your team work. It's surprisingly easy to get started because there are templates for any type of team. You've got project management, sales, marketing, and because your team works differently, you can further customize this to suit your needs.
I remember being young,
And to really get everyone
sleeping over at a friend's house, bouncing on the trampoline. Good old days.
their latest progress sits in the team's workflow.
Spend hours out there.
And if this isn't the way everybody wants to work, no problem. Each person from your team can track progress in the way they want. And together, you'll be managing the same data at the same time. So go work the way you want.
Oh, I did it again.
Try for free.
Mirror build, but I didn't build it mirrored.
Over the last 10 years, responsive web design has changed how we create for the web. And the things we design have exploded in complexity. Most of today's websites and apps are now connected with dynamic content that lives in a database. Yet the tools we use to design ads still in the past, which has forced us to hire a developer or write complex code just to bring our ideas to them.
What we like to ride and ride. Living for the things that kill you, suicide. Holding all the secrets in your life, keep you alive. Live inside the truth, and you gon' die inside your life. Like this sex, drugs, what we like to ride and ride. Living for the things that kill you, suicide. Holding all the secrets in your life, keep you alive. Live inside the truth, and you gon' die inside your life. You gon' know by the sign on the door that says, welcome to the trap house. 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 Gallon on the white boy Ford. Yeah, 18. You know who it is. Johnny Suckett. The Plugs Club. Tony Strugglano. What up, Jelly? Hey,
Andrew says, yeah, that's the ones. And the mobile cranes had their yellow parts on the crane shaft. The only place I may have recalled those would be in a Brickheads. And I doubt it. But that'd be the only place that maybe my mind's thinking I might have seen them. But I could also just be tripping.
I felt this way before, so crawling in my sleep. These words, they will not heal. Fear is how I know. Confusing what is real. Discomfort in this thing has pulled itself apart. Distracting, reacting. Against my will, I stand beside my own reflection. It's salty how I can't seem to find
Oh, damn.
myself again.
Well, I appreciate you guys all hanging out, man.
I felt this way before.
Breaks up the stream and it lets the time pass a little bit quicker when you can glance up and read some chat. Much appreciated.
These words, they will not heal. Fear is how I go. Confusing what is real. Crawling in my skin. These words, they will not heal. Fear is how I go. Confusing what is real.
Taco Tuesday, that it is. have to go find me some deals now, Doc.
I think Shopify has
We got
definitely
the
helped
fucking
us and
munchies
many
now.
businesses get started. Actually, my wife, she was the one that brought it to me. I was going hand in hand between different platforms, and it's actually teaching us stuff that we never thought that went into a business, from like shipping and personal messaging and everything that you can imagine that you didn't imagine about a business. It's there, and Shopify provides.
Been making them while listening. Nice. Smart man. For some reason, Doc, I can just see you wait until midnight in order to start prepping. It's not Tuesday yet. Not Tuesday yet. As soon as Tuesday rolls around, woohoo, Taco Tuesday. Are we playing the song? Or are we just like screaming with the fans here? Posted it to Insta. Nice. That's my phone.
There are things that we can have, but can't keep. If they say, who cares if one more light goes?
And yes, I did wait till it was midnight. I could just see it. And don't get me wrong, I'm probably on the same page as you. Like, a taco is good any time of the day, any time of the week. But it probably tastes just a little bit better on Taco Tuesday. I'm sure it's a mind psyche thing, but I could see it tasting better on Taco Tuesday. Adam says, good day. You done on the trampoline? You wore Junior out that quick, Adam. Right on. I'm just saying good day to Adam. Damn you, stubby fingernails. Adam says, Macro, your sig fig found a red brick. Nice. Didn't even take 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 17 seconds, eh? I appreciate that, Adam. I seen you just holding that brick up on your base plate board you had there.
Introducing SpeechAlert, the most natural sounding text-to-speech software on the market. Hey, I'm Joey, and I'm one of the 30 AI voices from SpeechLab. You listen to this.
So I know SpeechLab is better than Rosetta Stone. I should really take the time to go at least make an attempt to learn Mandarin
just like a real human would do.
Before it's too late. Before I'm way too late. I am still cool, you saw that already. Yeah, man, you posted it up pretty quick. Yes, I am still mirror building, you bet. It's actually going pretty quick, so not too bad.
They'll never know the love and how it feels. I never thought of at first I could feel so real. They'll never know this loving how it feels. I never thought of at first I could feel so real. How it feel, how it feel. Feel so real. How it feel, how it feel. How it feel, and that feels so real. How it feel, how it feel, how it feel, feels so real. How it feel, how it
I feel like this one doesn't go here. 1, 2, 3.
So you've got your
4.
own business and you're doing everything you can to promote it. The marketing doesn't always have to be so flashy. With Google Ads, you can select your goal, like getting more visits, and your ad will show up on Google. So you can advertise smarter.
Oh, there we go. Somebody screwed something
There's a lot
up.
to learn when you're a new parent, like the ins and outs of nap time. Get them to sleep faster.
I
with
had
ad-free
that
videos.
right.
Try YouTube Premium on us.
Sure, we'll find out in the end. Part 5, eh? Sick Ick Mix, Part 5. Coming at ya. Macro got me up dancing now. Nice. Keep that blood flowing.
welcome to Sick Mix Part 5. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody. I'm about to give you something. Shut them down, open up shop.
It was the Phil Collins and Michael Jackson that did it to you, Doc. They get me too, eh? It's actually one of my favorite mashups of all time. Michael Jackson and Phil Collins. Nice. Sick Ick is pretty talented guy. There's a lot of sweet mashups. Usually a lot of hip hop and rap. But just minus some of the language. Ignore some of the language in this.
Niggas is crazy, baby. Don't forget that boy told you, kid. Dirt up your shoulder, you gotta get 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 dirt up your shoulder, you gotta dirt up your shoulder, you gotta dang. Dirt up your shoulder, you gotta ladies is pimps too, they won't brush your shoulders off. Niggas is crazy, baby, don't forget that boy told you get dirt up your shoulder, you gotta 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 dirt up your shoulder, you gotta get dang. Dirt up your shoulder, you gotta
Oh, stupid advertisement. Just wrecked the mood, bro.
Every single client, every single inquiry, every single booking that comes through our doors goes through Honeybook.
This is where he starts going Spanish because I don't speak Spanish.
Sexy for this chain, too sexy for your crew, too sexy for this fame. Yeah, yeah. Okay, alright, that's fine. Okay, I'm feeling too sexy to accept requests. And I'm way too sexy to go home and take it. And she poppin' test and
what else can you find for sickest music?
Alright, that's fine. Okay, think we got too sexy for that metro house. Diamond popped out, almost swallowed $60. Section need more things in here, I like it crowded. Yeah, I like it crowded. Oh, you like the boy, well tell me what you like about him. You a turtle little body, ain't no wife about it. I'm a fuck of friends and send them back to metro housing. I'm a fuck of friends and send them back to metro housing.
Let's try this one.
Here we go now. Boy, I got to give it to you, dog. You do a little dancing and you get a little one time. Give it away, give it away, give it away, yeah. Give it away, give it away. Here we go now. Give it away, give it away, give it away, yeah. Just give it away, nigga. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back, don't stop. Continue. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back, don't stop. All I got to gotta give it. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back, don't stop. Continue. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back, don't stop. All I got to gotta get it, but it is. I can get enough of it now. How the fuck are you gonna stop me? Cause you know that I run this town. I'm original, you and you know I bring girls around. Beat on my back, there was something. Swear to God, I'm a break her neck when she did that body, man, don't give it away. Yeah. I'm back here in time, so won't you come my way? No one knows what the foreplay. I know I'm running with the neighbors. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back, don't stop. Continue. Break it back, don't stop. Break it back.
Come for the Lego stream, stay for the dance party. Come for the Lego, stay for the party. I can build Lego in silence for about 15 minutes before I drive myself crazy.
Most entrepreneurs don't have a business. They have a funnel, and their funnel is a turd. Why? Because they're doing ordinary crap, like running crappy ads to a crappy landing page with a crappy value video on. And then they just cover that turd in gold. And then they wonder why their hair's going 50 shades of grey from dealing with the never-ending shitstorm of rising ad costs.
Well, what up? It's 4 a.m. and I'm awake. Why? Why? You came to the right place, man. I'll put you to sleep.
Just give
How am I liking the build so far? I like this build. The structure could be a hair bigger, like if they ditch that art gallery maybe. But you know, if I got a bitch about something. But I like the overall set in general. Has so many new elements and colors. Yeah, it does. Good utilization. Mario, I mean, Nail, shit, I mean, Mail Hosco's home. Right on, buddy. Glad you made her home safe. Will saying, hey, Doc, how are you? Because Doc says, hey, Will, as he's dancing. Bag numero 90. Keeps you up at night, doesn't it? We saying hello to Mel. Will saying hello to me. Doc saying hello to me. Will says, great, Doc. I'm feeling back to 100% now. Hey, that's cool to hear, Will. Right on, buddy. Glad it was nothing crazy, Will. Nothing too bad. Bill says, Doc is here, so my name is Nail. Bulletproof for 3 months now, says Doc. You're good to go, Will. At least 3 months. Lee's asking, how's them tacos? Where's all that money at in this motherfucker? Show me. I'll only take half.
I'd write long essays that I'd work.
In case anyone is wondering, yes, I had a little breakdown.
Every day. Grammarly has been a lifesaver.
First case of beer in like
Here's
a
an
month.
example of an email I wrote at work. With just a few clicks, Grammarly
I
helps
earned
me
this bitch.
reword my sentences so that they're crisper. split that run-on sentence into two. I can stay efficient while sounding clear every time. This is so much cleaner.
Not too interested in testing it out, though. You mean, well, you're not going to go down to the City Hall and start licking all the handrails? You're not going to go to the closest hotel elevator and drag your tongue up all them buttons? That's not funny. These crossover remixes are dope. Nice. I'm glad you guys are liking. Better than you tell me I have crappy taste in music and to take a hike. Andrew says, I haven't drank in quite a while either. I haven't kept track of the days, though. I usually didn't keep track of the days either. I just kept going. Fact is, drinking don't hit our age like it did when you're in your 20s. That's for sure. Got that tolerance built up a little bit these days. You got some practice. As long as it doesn't start the whole process again and I can keep the, the whole shit in order, then it's good. If it gets out of hand or I go back to old habits, well, I just have to keep her dry. Which I don't mind. It's actually nice and enjoyable. I get a lot more stuff done. I'm 20 and I'm still sober. Keep it that way, Nail. My bad. Sorry, Nail. Will says I have to be somewhere that is an hour and a half away at 7 a.m. but have to go to a supply house at 6 a.m. I don't know how I'm going to pull this off. What happens if you're late at the place? What if you're not there till like 7:45? The higher the highs and lower the lows.
Esto se jodió, la vecina no sé qué bebió, el vecino no sé qué prendió, a la gente no sé qué le dio.
More Spanish? I don't speak Spanish. Sorry, buddy. A game of life, all just one big learning curve and or puzzle, eh?
Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use. I'll do my best.
Andrew's agreeing with Will. Says that's true. Very true. It is true. Oh, I'm going to a customer's house. They wanted to be there when I got there, but they're going to have to be late or just leave a key. Yeah, if you need some supplies, to get the job done, and they don't open till 6. It's when you wish stuff was open for 24 hours.
Many businesses get started. Actually, my wife, she was the one that brought it to me. I was going hand in hand between different.
Here's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world, and all day long, night, and everything he sees is just blue like him. Inside and outside of his house, with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around. You see, he got nobody to listen.
I'm just chilling the music while you want up in here. Dog says, going full lurk mode, enjoy the stream and the incredible beats. Cool, man. Much appreciated, dog. Good to know you like the beats. I'm going to put that up in the notes there. I'd say, Mayo, I'm not set on listening to the beats if we got something sweet to talk about. But it's always refreshing to listen to some good music once in a while, right? My plans are never set in stone. They're always flexible. Ah, nice. Good to know you guys are liking it. Must just be that Mercules people give me a hard time about. I hear you on that one, Nail. Oh, for sure, buddy. For sure.
Fire. Thank you so much for joining me for Sick Mix Part 4. What I tell you, man.
100%, Nail. We could be like the duo.
Feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on.
100%, man. I appreciate that, buddy. Is this one going? Ooh, 14 of these, eh? That's always going to be fun.
What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can go to mental freeze. When these people talk too much,
Put that shit in slow motion, yeah. I feel like
Okay, how many of these we gonna do? 14. Holy shnikes.
What you know about rolling down in the
Okay, let's move our build for a minute. Okay, let's start going to town. 14 of these, eh? Oh, this game again?
What you know about the sound in the I've been rolling so deep, I've been sipping by the week. Ex in Tennessee, with the touch of Tennessee. Down in the deep, I'm a creep in the sheet.
Annoying.
Seen it all like I'm out tricks up my sleeve. You know better than to bring your friends around me. I know you fucking him, but you wish it was me. Let me whisper in your ear, cause you know I'm a freak. You know nothing about going down that deep. I don't take it but they say about me. The sound in the what they say about me. No, I don't give a fuck what they say about me. The sound in the
I just got the Sonic set. Cool. So Sonic is a male yays. It's not for me, it's for Captain Matt. I still have to film a mayonnaise about the UCS puppy. That's cool. That's very cool, Neil. Andrew says, I kind of wish Lego would have made the hotel all the way up to the edge of the plate instead of having an alley and the dumpster. Agreed. Not sure how much difference that would make in the layout, but couldn't hurt. Yeah, I'd ditch that alley as well. For a dumpster, eh? Man, forgot this painful part.
I just feel this switch. I don't know nobody else doing this.
What about the tiger in his butt? The all eyes on you tiger? The tiger that always has an eye on you, whether he's looking at you or away from you? I like the electric techno spin on piano music. Good to know. And it says, I was hoping you make more of those, Mayo. I think the name mayonnaise is brilliant. Mayonnaise and mayo-yays. That is brilliant. Clever, man. Very clever. All credit goes to Will. Why does Lego need to make that tiger so accurate? Yeah, I'm surprised they put a button there when they're so up in arms about other stuff. Hopefully I didn't forget half of those. I think I did. Oh, we got one on there.
Anywhere you meet me, guaranteed to go down. It's going down. It's going down. Anywhere you meet me, guaranteed to go down. Meet me in the club. It's going down.
Males lurking until the music ends. Nice. Okay, good to know. Imagine if they made it 100% accurate. That could be bad. Lego gets himself in trouble for breaking their own rules.
She had it to the dance floor and she slowly starts out popping it. Someone got no recipes, everybody got to watching it. Now you got the secret treasure, I'm gon' put a lock on it. Don't care what you say, I will put the 50 on me. Heard you got that slippers, let's go and take 9 shots, we'll just call it 50. And I know how to lick it, till I hit it. That night I river running, keep you running till you empty, burn. Oh, you look so sweet, but you are the baddest. Get your physique, girl, you are a beauty, but I am a beast. They must have been tripping till I got you on my leash. I like the way you ride with that booty on me. It's going down. Going down while you looking lonely. It's going down. Go around and it's all on me. Anywhere you meet me, guaranteed to go down. Meet me in the club. With that booty on me. It's going down. Going down while you looking lonely. It's going down. Go around and it's all on me. Meet me in the It's going down. It's going down.
I guess the lipstick piece could be used on smaller dogs and brick-built animals. So true. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Oh yeah. Little in-sync action. Neil says, you're back at him. Spot the difference. Adam says, yes, juggling, getting my son ready for bed and enjoying the stream. Cool, man. Someone has to mod the tiger with the lipstick piece and make a video now. I expect to see it by next weekend. Don't disappoint your fans, people. You know what? I'm going to go see if I can find that tiger tomorrow now. I got Stud CDS challenge accepted. Mocking out that tassel, making it bigger. Making the tassel mock bigger. And now Will and the tiger. So tomorrow... tomorrow after I go to the cop shop, which I haven't done for who knows how long, step foot in the pig pen is going to feel a little awkward for this guy. And after that, I'm going to go find that tiger. Oh, that's funny.
It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give up. It's not your birthday. You'll find me in the club. Bottle full of bug. My mind got what you need. If you need to feel the buzz. I'm in the having sex. I ain't in the making love. So come give me a hug. If you're in the getting rough, you'll find me in the club. Bottle full of bug. My mind got what you need. If you need to feel the buzz. I'm in the having sex. I ain't in the making love. So come give me a hug. If you're in the getting rough.
I got the grade. You know what? I'm giving fuck. Say, hey, yeah. From the time and I heard that it was something from the bitch. Oh shit. I said my face phone, ass like racks in the track, like jury on the dash, like listen, that's like get up with the good nigga, act right. Boys, brothers, oh shit. I know that's right. Big bang, listen, not the belly band. Niggas never listen, y'all the power band. Niggas with the struggle face. Big bang, listen, not the belly band. Take them in, rockin' back, and know you been fuck. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's up. Oh shit. I know that's right. Then it's up, then it's up, then it's up.
How's that getting in there? That was painful.
I got my peaches out in Georgia. I get my weed from California. I took my pick up to the north, yeah. Badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah. And I see you. I feel like your touch. It's the way you lift me up. Yeah.
Guess it's a 4 now. A 4-1 now, huh? Oh, I have a big fig that I can use its leg for some doggy loving too. This will be a fun mock. Can't wait. Match the video with some good jokes and you have an A+ video. Triple A for A+. That's awesome. Love your guys' sense of humor. Love it. Here we're talking about yeah, I won't even go there. PG, non-PG. The whole comment about that, it could be taken the wrong way, so I'll just backtrack that one up. And well, I appreciate it, man. You got to get up and go to work here and do some running around, and here you're taking the time to hang out with my silly ass, so I appreciate it, man. I myself got to get up and go do some work at 6 in the morning. But it's like, it'll probably take me longer to grab my ladder and drive there than it will to actually do what I got to do. Our sense of humor is in the gutter. Yeah, it is. At least it's not in the sewer, though. We're just in the gutter. Once you hit the sewer, then you're just in the cesspool. I love it too. Nice. Will says, no problem, Macro. Only being absent due to the holidays and then getting sick. Hey, no worries, man. And you know, if anyone's absent for any other reason, that's their business. That's up to them, man. They're here on YouTube to get their entertainment, to maybe meet some people, right? If I can't fulfill all them categories, or if I go on a random rant and a rave and I'm a dick about something, and.
Sorry, Miss Jackson. I know I didn't rude, but I see attraction. We a little toxic, but we got passion. We a little toxic, and they're distracted.
No worries, Will. The holidays are also busy time for peeps, eh? Holidays are busy times. We won't go to the sewer. That's where Pennywise lives. Man, as long as you're better, because a month of being sick, that's like treading the scary territory. And maybe you're not scared, like you might know your body. Well, you're gonna know your body the best, but the rest of us get scared, you know? You say, damn, I'm sick. And then we don't see it for a bit, we get worried. I'd never want to see anything bad happen to anyone, except for those who deserve it. No, I generally don't want to see anything bad happen to anyone. Humanity already has enough stuff to deal with. Well, I got the booster vaccine and felt sick from that for 2 days. And then a day of feeling fine. Oh, damn. So you even went and got your boosters, and then, of course, Murphy's Law, you caught it before the booster kicked in.
Niggas is crazy, baby. Don't forget that boy
That
told you
sucks.
get that. Dirt on your shoulder, you gotta 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 get. Dirt on your shoulder, you gotta
See what else we can go find. Well, where's all the remixes? Wow, I'm surprised this song doesn't have any remix. Glad you're better, Will. Rona's no joke. No doubt. Mayo says it's 2:40 a.m. in Calgary. How long do you have to go on the build? Is the music over now? I guess not. Will says I better be good now, though, between being vaxxed and having my own antibodies, no doubt. Oh, I guess I gotta copy it first. I just like that mask mandates are starting back up here in Maryland because I did everything they wanted. I should be able to have an I am vax wrist bracelet or something. Yeah, I've done everything they wanted too, and I just don't know. Like, am I safe? Am I keeping others safe? Is it working? Nice. I wouldn't say I was planning on going solo tonight, Mail. I wouldn't say I was planning on having guests on. I just started a random late night live stream. And get that music rocking out. Let me find my 1x1. If I start yelling, get over here, don't hold it against me. Sure won't.
It's love at first listen with CBC Listen. Download today.
Being vaxxed doesn't stop you from getting it, as you know. Mask mandates are to protect everyone until when enough people get vaxxed. Yeah, but Andrew, you just said it. If being vaxxed doesn't stop you from getting it, and a mask mandate are protect people until enough people are vaccinated, which doesn't stop them from getting it. You know, it's like you get the vaccine, which doesn't stop you from getting it. So you wear a mask till everyone in the world is vaccinated enough so you don't have to wear a mask no more. But that same vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting it. I'm drawing a circle. And we're going around and around and around again. I still wear a mask even though I'm vaccinated because I may have Rona but not tested for it. Oh, we could talk circles about this stuff. I don't know. I'm just over the whole thing in a nutshell before we change the conversation. I got my vaccines. I wear a mask, and yet we're in the exact same spot we were in 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago. 80% of us are wearing masks. 80% of us are vaccinated. We're in the exact same spot we were in 2 years ago. So let's go get a booster. Well, then there's another variant. Let's get a booster. And there's a variant. Booster, variant. I'm drawing another circle. We're going around in circles again. I'm not here to talk about too much or tell people what they need to believe or not believe or this or that. I'll say, though, if you turn on your TV and you start watching the news and you fire up your computer and, you know, the first news feed that you get, and that's what you're soaking up as news, you might want to start branching out. Dan, how's it going? And again, depends what you want to believe, man. Depends what you want to believe. And we're not going to talk about this science shit. Oh, you don't believe in science? What, you don't believe in science? Well, then I guess I wouldn't be religious then, would I? Like you don't believe in science. Well, I do believe in science, but then I can't believe that you stuck a lion, a giraffe, a fruit fly, a bee, a spider, a frog, a hyena, all on a boat, and none of that shit fought. You know, like, come on. What do we believe in? What do we believe in? No, the vaccines work, but only when enough people get them. Like 85 to 95% of total population. All right. So I'm not allowed to go out for dinner because I'm unvaccinated. So I walk into a restaurant and there's 20 people in the restaurant. And me and my wife are the only people who aren't vaccinated. Why do those other 18 people care? Like, let's go around in the circle again. You know, like, 80% of the population here in Canada is already vaccinated. We're still wearing our masks. Our numbers are just as high, if not higher, right now, because the new variant, you know, we'll give them that. It is a new variant. They're just as high, if not higher, than they were 2 years ago. Is the government, is it working? Is it working? And then I got to ask myself this. Let's ask ourselves the honest question, the honest, truthful question. Does the government give a shit if I get sick and I die? No, they don't. They don't give a shit about me. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about your kids. They don't give a shit about your grandma. I ain't gonna go into my situation about my grandma and COVID. I didn't get to see her for 2.5 years before she died in the fucking hospital. Right? Does the government give a shit about you if you die? No, they don't. Does the government give a shit about big corporations and money? Yes, they do. You know how I know the government doesn't give a shit if I die? Let's look at a macro problem. This is a macro problem, right? A macro problem. So we know, especially in excess quantity, that alcohol causes cancer. It's been tested. It's been proven. Alcohol is a class 1 carcinogen. Where's my fucking warning label? I don't see no. Maybe it's on the outside of the box. No warning label. Not even a warning label. No, I'm just joking. We could talk about this stuff for days, guys. And again, it's your beliefs, and your beliefs are going to be a little bit dictated on your real life events. So if you had a grandmother or a family member or someone close to you pass away, it's going to affect and influence your beliefs, your judgment, your procedures, your policies, right? So nothing against anyone. My jokes are my jokes. I will tell you, me personally, I'm done. I mean, at first, it's like, oh shit, they shut down the NBA. I was like, damn, they canceled the Olympics. The Olympics have only been canceled like 3 or 4 times. I think it's only 3 times in complete history, and it was only due to war. So when they canceled the Olympics, I was like, damn, this shit's serious. And then about a year after, stuff wasn't adding up. The government wasn't making sense. I was done. So I'm extra done now. And with the Omicron, and there's going to be another variant. Like, we're going to have to get like 8 boosters. Like, we seriously are. I'm just done with it. It's not about beliefs, it's science. It's not a... Oh man, before I get all upset. It's not about science. It was like we were a year into it, and they're like, it's about science. Science takes time. Science takes procedures. It takes hypotheses. It takes conclusions, right? You are the science. You are the guinea pig. I am the guinea pig. You can't roll something out in less than 5 years, right? Like, they promoted cigarettes for 10 years, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh shit, this shit's killing people. It's causing cancer. They don't know. All right, it's all about the science. Sure, where's the 4-year-old lab rats that prove there's going to be no reproductive problems? If we could go whip out the 6-year-old lab rats and the 6-year-old scientific data, I'll gladly believe that is backed by science. It's backed by lies. You know what science is in 2022? Let me get my wallet. Go get $15 billion. Flop it down on your desk, and I'll tell you what science is, and you're going to be like, yes, Mark, I'm going to put this $15 billion in my bank, and I'm going to spread the word of science. And I'm sure there probably is some science in there. I'm just saying it's obscured from the government, right? The science has been obscured by the government and people who want to make money. Just like the opioid crisis down in Oklahoma, across Midwest, and up here in Canada. Were those pills, were those opioids backed by science? Yeah, they were, by the fake science when they told the doctors they're not that addictive. Science. Uh, oh yeah, it's like Ross Rebliati there too, that Canadian snowboarder who got pinched for being high. The thing with weed though, it's not a performance enhancing drug, it's a mood altering drug. So if you're high anxiety, if you're up there and you're like, man, I'm stressing out, I got to compete, I got this big race tomorrow, I'm stressed out, am I going to win? Am I practiced up enough? Am I fit enough? Did I put in my time? Am I trained? You go smoke a joint, you're not going to stress like that anymore. You're going to relax a bit. So maybe when you're up there on the starting gate, you kind of do have a little bit of an edge because you're not stressing, you're a little bit more relaxed, right? It's not going to be like a steroid performance enhancing drug. To most people, it would be a hindrance. But if you're like high anxiety or something, it could have worked in his favor. But to be stripped of metal because of it, no, man. If Mike Tyson showed up drunk and won, you'd be like, dude, good job, man. You beat his ass when you were drunk. Like, that's not a performance enhancing drug. Yeah, see, I got out of that stuff and I lost friends young to drugs, but nothing as a recent age. So that's sad to hear, Will, but even opioids, and those were pushed. Those were supposed to be a legal, safe medicine, and they were pushed to make money, and the scientific data was altered and lied. So it's like, what do you trust? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at, Andrew, is like, what am I supposed to trust when they go scientific this, scientific that? I mean, these scientific studies, I mean, one year they tell you to eat X amount of red meat. The next year they're like, oh man, red meat's bad. And then they're telling you, you can drink 2 glasses of wine, it's safe. And then they go, oh no, it doesn't matter. Any amount of wine's a class 1 carcinogen. And, it's like, what's nowadays, I'd almost have to do the studies and test myself before I believe it, because it's just obscured for advertisements, for making money. It's just nutty. It's nutty nowadays. It'll probably be like the flu and we'll have annual boosters. They'll never go away, which I don't get. I'm all for vaccines, stuff for like the Spanish flu, whooping cough, all that crazy stuff. I used to get all those flu shots, and then I just stopped getting sick, and I stopped getting the flu shots, and I stopped getting sick, and I stopped getting the flu shots. I was like, oh, this is great. And then people kept talking and this and anti-vaxxers and science, and I was like, man, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that asshole. So I started getting my flu shots. I seriously would get maybe a little cold, maybe a decent amount sick, nothing crazy though, but I only get sick when I take those stupid flu shots. And I'm going, well, why? Like, how's this happen? And they go, well, it doesn't protect against all strains of the flu, just the most recent strain of the flu. So if there's a new strain of the flu floating around, yeah, you're going to get sick. And I'm going, okay, well, then how come I wouldn't get sick every year, whether I got that shot or didn't get that shot? You know what I'm saying? So as a small peon in the world versus these conglomerate giants, right? I'd have to take what I have witnessed myself, firsthand knowledge. I'm going to take that as actual fact versus someone else in a corporate office going, woulda, shoulda, coulda, been. Okay, glad you brought that up. Never believe in the scientists that work for big corps as they're paid to lie to prop up AG and dairy industries. And that's most scientists nowadays, because how many small people, Albert Einstein styles, Graham Bell styles, are sitting out there doing their own science experiments. You got some people, you got marine biologists, they're sampling water every week and they're writing it down and what's changing and what's it affecting, right? But if their findings uproots the wrong industry, those findings never get found. All I'm saying, in a nutshell, as a group, let's ask as a group, are we doing better on the war against Shima virus versus where we were 2 years ago? Has all this money, has all this lockdowns, has all these suicides, has all these businesses that have been shut down, is that justified for the progress we've made to curb the coronavirus? That's all I'm saying. At the same time, there's no warning label on alcohol, right? At the same time, they're still pumping chemicals which cause cancer into our food in the form of preservatives. They've spent how much money on curbing the corona, because how many people across the whole world died in 2 years? But yet, are they spending that same amount of money to cure cancer, to stop cancer? Are they banning the sales of products that do cause cancer? Because they sure wouldn't sell you a product that caused corona, now would they? Right? If a piece of sliced bread caused corona, they'd have that pulled off the shelves so fast. Even if it took 10 years to cause corona. And it might take 10 years, we don't know. Humans been eating bats for years, man. Humans been eating all kinds of stupid stuff for years. You're telling me that 10,000 years into human existence, all of a sudden the chicken shat on the bat and the bat shat on the ferret and the ferret ate it, and now all of a sudden we got corona? I don't know, man. It's just a lot of funny questions. Russell Brand. I watch a lot of Russell Brand, maybe too much. Gets my head spinning, asking questions. Now I'm just imagining Mike Tyson boxing Barney Gumble at Moe's Tavern, and they're both drunk. Yeah, I'm just a seer to believer. Especially nowadays, our world is just our world. When you dig deep and you look into like the four corners of the world, it's kind of a dark, dismal, and scary place. And a lot of the stuff we talk about on streams, my stream, your stream, anybody's stream, I wouldn't say I chuckle, but inside my head, I'm just like, these are the least of our problems. People getting sick from coronavirus is the least of the world's problem right now, to be honest, I think. One would argue that it has, because so many people would have died if not. Yeah, there would have been a lot more without the vaccine. That's for sure. But even that one's a hindsight. Even that one's hindsight, right? There's people even in my life, they got corona and they got really sick, like really fucking sick. There's people who got corona and walked it off pretty much. Nothing happened to them. It's like, well, what's in my body that's different from Triple D's body or Will's body that it affects me, but it doesn't affect them? Or is it back to like a damn genome thing like cancer, right? Not everybody gets cancer. We can live in the exact same city, exact same surroundings, eat the exact same diet. One person gets cancer, one person doesn't, because it's kind of in their DNA and their genes. So is it kind of like that? You know, there's another one that makes me ask a lot of questions and some alarm bells going up. Corona is so big, bad, and deadly, but they waited how long to vaccine the kids? The vaccine was not safe. I thought they would have made a kid-friendly vaccine first. No, if you get a bunch of 80-year-olds dying, I mean, they live their life mostly. You get a bunch of 8-year-olds dying, and damn, now people are going to be sad. Well, raisin bread causes death, or at least the idea causes me to puke. See, and I like raisin bread. I love raisins. Love raisin bread. Especially when you put cinnamon and sugar on it. Dr. Andrew Wakefield is to blame for anti-vaxxers. Eventually, Andrew Wakefield will have killed more people than the Dutch fear. Yeah, no, and that one's like, that one you can argue like science, right? That stuff's been around for years. So people can't argue anti-vax when you got like smallpox and whooping cough and yellow fever and all that stuff, because that is proven. And again, it might be coronavirus might be one of those things where like, oh, thank God you got a vaccine for it, because it's up there with, you know, all those other crazy diseases that wiped out half the world. But is it a pandemic? Like in Canada, is it a pandemic when 50,000 people die? Or is it a pandemic when like 80,000 people die, you know? Same thing. How come smoking's not a pandemic then? How come alcohol's not a pandemic? Those kill a lot of people. All that crap they're shoving in the food, how come that's not considered to have caused a pandemic on all the health problems it's causing? You know, like, we're taking this thing so serious, but we're not taking other stuff as serious. We're not taking that as serious. Other events that are just as catastrophic, we just kind of like, meh. Like, why is this one such a big deal, right? Like, why is Corona a big deal, but launching nukes up in the air in mass numbers wasn't? Big Nate says, good morning, good morning. You're up pretty early, Nate. Honey on raisin bread is amazing. I've never tried that. I'm going to hit that one up. Is that straight raisin bread, Dan, or is that toasted raisin bread? Yeah, and so sorry. Hopefully, I haven't offended anyone with my opinions or position on the Coronas. It's just again, I'm not yay for one side, and I'm not nay for any side. I'm just tired. That's all I'm saying. I'm just tired. And over the years, 2 years, my brain's just like questions and facts and this and that. And it's like, well, this, what about here? What about that? What about this? What about this? It's just, I'm trying to process and figure stuff out for myself, right? And it's just, it's nuts. It's nuts. It's like when you think about the monetary policy and the scam that it is. I mean, we won't go there either. Definitely toasted. What else is there? I had to ask just to clarify up, because if you don't toast it, I feel like the bread would get soggy from the honey pretty quick. But maybe there's a trick that if you don't toast it, it tastes better. So I had to ask before I had to go find out the hard way. In a nutshell, where's the world going to be? Alrighty. I was going to... The music's over, never gonna stop me, never gonna stop. And I love everyone, like whether people are for it or against it, up, down, left, right, you know, I don't care what people, it's not gonna ever make me like or dislike somebody. If someone was all for vaccinated shots or zero shots, I wouldn't look at the two people any different, right? I wouldn't think one is smarter or one is stupid or one is right, one is wrong. I would just think that person is trying to make the best choice for their own lifestyle. What up, Mario? I mean, Mayo. How's it going, buddy?
Going good. It's going good. How's everyone going tonight?
It's going good into the deep hours of the morning.
You know, this might be a little bit sacrilegious to say, but I think the music that you just played earlier is better than what I've heard on A Ninja with the Bricks.
Okay, because he plays pretty much the similar type music.
Yeah, he does. He does play, but I think it's something with his audio settings that makes it a little bit more softer than what it could be.
Okay, I think he does have it turned down quite a bit. For sure he does.
Maybe it's so he can hear himself think.
That, or maybe he's trying to avoid getting any copyright claims. I don't know. I'll ask him.
I know that I've talked to people. I've had them on my live stream. They said that they've got more than a dozen copyright claims. Have you ever got a copyright claim?
Oh yeah, every time I play music like that, I get a copyright claim.
Because, like, I got a copyright claim for showing a 50-second snippet of something from a Fox adult cartoon, and that got me a copyright claim and a community strike as well.
Sorry, I was reading Andrew's comment there.
That was before I deleted all of my old videos, and after that, I'm not going to tempt that fate again.
But what is a copyright claim? Like, I get a bunch of them. The worst it said is your video's banned in countries. I'm like, oh crap, which countries? And it's like Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Cuba. And then the other one it says is this live stream is not able for monetization.
Yeah, so there's three different things. There's demonetized, the copyright claim, and the copyright strike.
Yeah,
getting a copyright claim is much easier to get around than the copyright strike.
Yeah.
Because with the copyright strike, you have to delete the video no matter what. with the copyright claim, you can do the option of everything that well all of the monetization, well, it basically gets demonetized because someone has found their piece of content in your video. Demonetized means that it's not any individual user, it's YouTube themselves that don't want to put advertisement on the video.
Yeah,
But
and
if
if
it's
they
a
do,
if it's a copyright strike, that means you have to take down the video.
and even if it's a
And
copyright claim, they just send the money to the person who had the video, who
well,
had the
yeah,
material.
yeah, that's what they used to do, but they don't. YouTube doesn't have the revenue share program anymore, so I'm not sure if they still do that.
It tells me that's what they're going to do. Is if I am monetized,
Okay.
any monetization will go towards whatever artist.
Okay, so whenever you get the copyright claim for playing music, does YouTube send you an email? If you decide to monetize this video, all proceeds will go to X artist as
Yeah.
a royalty fee.
But here's the thing, man. Like, dude, how much money is someone going to make off one live stream? Am I here to make 50 cents off a live stream, or am I here to hang out with you guys or whoever and listen to music that I want to listen to? Like, who cares about a stupid copyright claim on one live stream?
Well, no. What you're talking about? Yes, yeah, you're talking about a copyright claim. Thank God you only get copyright claims and not a copyright strike.
Oh, I wouldn't do it if I got a copyright strike, because then you're actually getting in shit.
Yeah, because like 3 strikes and your channel gets terminated. That's what happened with the Brick Show.
It's because he wasn't listening.
Well, that's because
he got in trouble.
That's because Lego sent the Brick Show 3 copyright strikes, and 3 strikes you get terminated. 3 strikes you're out.
Brick Show wasn't listening. It's like a cop.
No, because they were dumb and they ignored that watermark. Because Just Too Good and M&R Productions, A Brother from Another Brick, all of those other news channels, they know not to post images on their videos or social media if they see that watermark.
Yeah, exactly. I just summed it up. He wasn't listening.
Yeah, and Brick Show just completely ignored the watermark.
Exactly. It's like a cop pulling me over and telling me that he's here every week, and I keep speeding past him every day. Like, how long are you going to not listen for before you get in shit?
And it's like, I miss the Brick Show, but they got their own comeuppance. They had some reviews of sets that I haven't seen anyone else review. I haven't seen anyone review as many of the Wild West sets. I haven't seen other people review sets like Hemlock Stronghold from Dark Forest. I haven't seen people review oh god, like, I haven't seen too many reviews of the Hogwarts Express. I haven't seen too many reviews of the Eiffel Tower.
I think you need to look harder, no?
Yeah, I need to look harder. But they'll never be the quality that a Brick Show was. There was also a lot of stuff that a Brick Queen did reviews about as well. Like, I haven't seen too many other reviews of the Chum Bucket. I'm just so glad that a Wigzard decided to review all of the SpongeBob sets in 2013, because for a long time, a Brick Queen was the only one, and then Just Too Good started reviewing the SpongeBob sets as well, and Brick Queen was the only one for the longest of times, and they didn't have the best quality.
Oh no, I like the Brick Show. Like, I enjoyed watching their content, but they did it to themselves, man. There's a watermark in there, and Lego reached out to you not once but twice, 3 times, and told you stop.
They got their own comeuppance, but I always miss their review format with the da 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 da.
There's lots of people that I miss that aren't around anymore.
Like I was subscribed to Brick Show before I was subscribed to Jane Bricks or Brickzar, and they're gone now because they screwed themselves over. But even before that, they wanted to get out of the YouTube game, and they started bringing on these weird guests, and they did a weird review where for like half the video they were just eating Chick-fil-A, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? This is a Lego review channel. No one wants to watch any other people review sets besides you on your channel, and no one wants to watch you say how good Chick-fil-A is. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
So why wouldn't they just start a different channel?
Does anyone remember that review when for half the video they just ate fucking Chick-fil-A?
No.
Because I do, and it was the weirdest review ever. My God.
So why would they just start a different channel name?
Well, they did, but I think them getting themselves terminated kind of sent them into their dark age, because it was around that time they attended one of the Philly Brick Fests. I think it was Philly Brick Fest in 2016. They haven't showed up to any other since, and I think they're officially out of the community now because they've just moved on.
I wonder what they do for work then, because that would have been their full-time job, right?
Well, I think they had part-time jobs when they were killing it at 250,000 subscribers.
Part-time jobs depends. I guess if they got to pay all of them, yeah, because Brixie ain't got no 250,000 subscribers.
But he makes more. I think he makes more money in his revenue because he does live streams.
More
and
content.
he makes more content. He has both. Yeah, he has the membership, and memberships didn't exist back then.
True.
And Brick Show never really did a lot of live streams because, in general, live streams just weren't as popular back then. Because like that was with Google Hangouts, and Google Hangouts was very glitchy and difficult to use.
Do you think YouTubers make more nowadays, even after the adpocalypse, because of the memberships and
no
donations?
No. As a collective, the revenue has gone down. Of course, the big channels that have gotten way bigger, of course they're going to make more. But the average channel, well, I'd say that the median average wage, if you're living on just the AdSense alone and you don't have the membership, or you don't have a Patreon, or you don't get a lot of super chats, which means you're not doing a lot of live streams, if you're only relying on the AdSense, then you won't make as much money as you used to. That's why you've got to do live streams to get the super chats and the super stickers, and that's why you've got to either have a membership or a Patreon.
So then, when there wasn't any live streams,
or when there weren't as many people doing live streams, I should say.
Yeah, but then how would they make more money back then when there was no one doing live streams? Just because AdSense was paying more?
Yeah, well, the AdSense was paying more before Adpocalypse because there was less competition for the AdSense money.
So you're telling me that AdSense would have been paying more than what, say, someone's getting off donations on a live stream? That means AdSense would have been paying you like $100 a day.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that I know several YouTubers who get more views in 2021 than what they did in 2013, and they were making more money per view back in 2013 than 2021. So, and they were making so much more money per view.
Per view, though.
Yeah, exactly. They were making so much more money per view. You could have a channel. You could have a channel that has 4 times the amount of views that they had back in 2013, and they're still making less from the AdSense.
Just from the AdSense. But what I'm asking, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're making less from the AdSense. But when you start to add in all of the donations and the Patreon, are they making more nowadays?
Well, some of the newer channels, they probably would be making more. But some of the older, but I'm strictly talking about the older channels, the veterans in the community are making less. The veterans, because their standards used to be higher.
They're making less on the ads, but they're making more as an overall channel and whole.
Well,
They got
no.
Patreon and
some of them aren't. Even
so ads were paying that much back in the day. So
yes, because
nowadays it would have paid you $10 back then.
Well, yeah, because the advertisers were paying more for. The advertisers were paying more to YouTube because it was more direct, and you didn't have things like Adpocalypse. You didn't have things like Copper, and so all of that has just gradually made advertisers cheaper to advertise themselves on YouTube. There's a variety of factors, and also because there's just more YouTubers out there now. YouTube has to spread around the ad revenue more evenly. Because back
that's
then,
just the ad revenue. I guess what I'm asking is
exactly. I'm only talking about the ad revenue, but the ad revenue was so much stronger back then.
Yeah, but their ad revenue, I guess what I'm asking is if you do a live stream and on average they pull in $200 on that live stream, you're telling me in ads were paying that much? They'd be paying you, that means they'd be paying you $2 every ad. They were that high?
Well, yes, they were, because there weren't as many people on YouTube back then. So there were less content creators in the pie. Well, there were less content creators that needed a slice of that pie. So therefore, back then, YouTube could give all of the other YouTubers a bigger slice of the pie. Now there's so many more YouTubers that have come on in the past 5 years that YouTube has taken their analytics and their distribution of AdSense more seriously, and that's why they've created all of these regulations, etc. Because they know that to satisfy all of the channels who do qualify for monetization, you got to have a smaller piece of the pie, or YouTube needs to make more profit. They need to go to the people who want to advertise on YouTube saying, hey, we've got millions of channels who are eligible for monetization. We want to give them a dividend. Are you prepared to pay more for your ads? And of course they're going to say no. Because you've got to think of it like the content creators have invested in YouTube AdSense if they've qualified, because they've worked their ass off. They've worked their ass off to be eligible for monetization. So
I get all that. I'm just surprised that.
Yeah, so think of AdSense. So think of AdSense like Think of AdSense. Yeah, exactly. So think of AdSense like a dividend. If you have shares in an investment firm, the more people that have, the more shares that they sell, the less the dividends are going to be. Of course, if you are really successful in getting the super chats and the membership, that can definitely offset some of your losses if you have a captive enough audience. And some people have been around for 5 to 6 years, and they haven't noticed a drop off because the memberships and the super chats have made up for the diminished value of AdSense.
I'm going to Google something for a second.
That's because they have a captive audience who wants to invest in a channel. Like, it's a difficult thing. It's very difficult to comprehend. And a lot of people nowadays probably have no idea what I'm talking about because they're not a veteran in this community. They haven't been in the YouTube game for as long as me or Briggs are, or Just Too Good, or
I don't think your
Riker.
dividend analogy works out.
Well, that's the best way I can explain it financially. It's not a perfect analogy by all means.
No, I just think you're trying to explain a different question than what I'm asking. That's all. I get that ads are going to pay less nowadays than what they were, 5 years ago. But what I'm asking now that Jang has Patreon, now that he has these live streams with memberships, now that he has these donations, you're telling me that Jang is making less money now with all those versus when he just had ads?
Well, what I'm saying is for someone like Jane Weeks, who has a captive enough audience, now that he has the Patreon, where he makes thousands of dollars per year.
You just answered the question. Done. Conversation done. You just
now that he has
done.
Well, now that he does more live streams and people are willing to donate him through super chats, where I'm guessing
they make more money nowadays than they do
of dollars a year. That would be enough for Jane to break even and make the same amount of money he used to make.
I think he's making way more money.
Well, yeah, that's because people have come out of their closet and he has an expensive Patreon campaign that people are willing to invest in. Only the elite of the elite can say that they make more money now than what they did back then, and Jane is the elite of the elite in this community.
Well, I think for the small people back then, it's easy to get AdSense and make a couple $100 a month. But if you're a decent sized channel, I think nowadays with the memberships, the Patreon, the live streams and all the donations, I think they're making more money nowadays. I think there's more ways to make more money nowadays.
Yeah, because I think another way to I think the perfect saying to tie in what you're saying and what I'm saying is the rich are getting richer and the poorer are getting poorer. I think that sums up exactly what you're thinking and what I'm thinking. The rich like Jane are getting poorer. No, sorry. The rich like Jane are getting richer, but the people like string cheese and applesauce and other people that lost their monetization in doing adpocalypse are getting poorer.
I forgot about string cheese and applesauce. Damn.
Yeah, like, he's still active in the community, but he's not as active anymore because much like Bricks for Chris and other people, they just kind of gave up after Adpocalypse. Like, string cheese and applesauce used to make a decent living, but he hasn't invested in trying to get his monetization back because he's chosen not to work as hard, so therefore he doesn't have a Patreon or a YouTube monetization. No, sorry, or a YouTube membership. He doesn't do a lot of live streams, so he's not going to have that extra income that's independent of the AdSense. That's why I say the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer by YouTube standards. Jane Bricks is the rich, and people like string cheese and applesauce are the poor. Also, Matt Simmons is the poor as well.
That's what happens when you leave
because both Matt Simmons and string cheese and applesauce, both Matt Simmons and string cheese and applesauce made a decent enough wage on YouTube back then, but they both lost their monetizations and they both kind of gave up.
Well, damn, if they both lost their monetizations and they both kind of gave up, they obviously weren't doing it for the viewers. They weren't doing it for the love of the brick. So how are the viewers supposed to support them if they weren't even doing it for the viewers in the first place? They
Well,
lost their monetization and they gave up and they don't want to work hard to get it back. So let them
Yeah.
give up. Let them give up.
yeah, well, Matt Simmons has said, yes, I did give up because YouTube isn't paying, but Matt
Well, let them
Simmons
give
still,
up. Move on. Next person can
But-
take the spot.
but the thing is, Matt Simmons still has a captive audience.
Well,
String
obviously
cheese and
not, or else
applesauce.
he'd be monetized.
I don't think string cheese and applesauce had as much of a captive audience as what Matt Simmons did. That's because Matt
Well, he was
Simmons.
fresh.
That's because Matt Simmons was uploading videos since 2007. That's why.
But if you knew you had it, though, here's the thing. If you knew you had it, it wouldn't be that hard to get back. If you already at one point had a decent following, you know you'd probably be able to get some of them back and work on some new ones, right? So just to give up because you're not getting paid anymore, you know, why would I help anyone in society then? I'm not getting paid. Why would I lift a finger and help an old lady across the street? No one's paying me.
Well, I think
What a shitty mentality that is.
I think there's a lot of people who would be willing to do whatever it takes for Matt Simmons to get monetized again, just because of nostalgia.
Fuck,
Just
if
because he
everyone
was
got paid-
uploading videos since 2007.
If everyone fucking got paid, we'd all be on here fucking doing YouTube. Guess what?
Exactly.
Put some work into it. If you're gonna give up, you deserve to be outed. If you're gonna give
But
up.
I think Matt Simmons could afford to give up because he is a beekeeper as a side hustle, and he makes enough money to
I say too.
be a Tesla enthusiast.
Yeah, so he was doing like as a side hustle. If he didn't need the money, then why would he care?
And he lives in Pittsburgh of all places.
I don't know. You can't get frustrated or upset when things change on YouTube, and I don't know. Maybe that's smart that he had a real job and not just I'm gonna be a YouTuber, right?
Yeah.
And especially if you give up, like everything is gonna change, Mayo. Like YouTube could change stuff and it could like put us down to 10 subscribers or something. Who knows?
Yeah, because the YouTube algorithm is the most unpredictable thing that I can think of.
But am I going to give up? No, because I don't care about their stupid 3 cents a month in the first place.
Well, the only reason I decided not to give up a second time is because I found people like you after Butt Chop 2021 72-hour community live stream. And the reason I didn't give up a third time is because I went onto Social Blade, and according to Social Blade, if I was monetized, I would have made $138 this year.
Oh, wow. But you'd make $138 and more by doing
At my job.
Exactly.
At my job where I'm
you have to have a passion for Lego as a hobby in general, I think.
Yeah, because like
Unless
I've
you're
said,
bragging,
like I've said repeatedly, I want to put in the hard yards to make YouTube a side hustle. But I'm not going to spend 5 years of my life trying to make YouTube a side hustle if I'm not having fun. Like right now, I'm having a lot of fun talking philosophical questions with you, because scientists are trying to solve the context. Philosophers are wondering what's next.
I don't think that'd be that hard if they weren't their mentality wasn't obscured. I don't know. For me, like if this never turns into a side hustle, I'm still gonna be here in 10 years because I'm doing it just because I like Lego, the creativity, the artwork behind Lego. If I never see a frickin' penny from YouTube, I don't care. I'm not here to ever make a penny from YouTube. I'm here to Lego it up.
Like, the main reason I do so many live streams is not, well, like, see, no, I can't say that. What I can say is that the original purpose of me doing all of these live streams was to get my butt busy and get my collection organized. And
That's a good
and
motivator.
that's and like, I'm not going to go, like, I can um I can live without getting 25 watch time hours off of exhausting myself doing an 8 hour live stream.
Exactly, right?
I'm not going to lose sleep at night thinking, oh, I only got 15 hours of watch time hours instead of my normal 25 hours. Oh, the whole world's over. I'm just going to give up because I'm an angry little
Exactly,
bitch or
yes, sir.
something. But the value I get out of my 8 hour live streams is that I do know that I bring a smile to a select amount of people, and hopefully I've made some progress at the same time.
I agree with that statement for sure. A
Like
hobby for me, it's my entertainment to put a smile on people's faces, and that's maybe about it.
like the way I think about things is I could spend 8 hours sorting Lego on a live stream, or I could spend 8 hours sorting while listening to 8 hours worth of podcasts. What would bring me more joy doing a live stream? What would make me more happy doing a live stream?
I gotcha. I gotcha.
Like the reason so many people do build streams is because what else would they be doing while they're building their Lego sets? Is it more fun for them? Is it more fun for them to have a game of sports going on in the background, or is it more fun to go live and have a digital conversations with people, or if you're lucky enough, talk to someone digitally on the panel? I'm sure you would say you'd rather do that than have a sports game going on in the background.
Yeah, especially for me.
Like,
That's why I listen to music, right? I wouldn't do a sports game in the background, but I'd do a bunch of copyrighted music in the background.
like I know that a Brigstar, he builds stuff while watching an episode of a Matlock or a Mandalorian or something.
Oh, good on him. I wouldn't be able to pay attention.
Yeah, and he does the same thing with the NFL, college football, and Major League Baseball. I think he was building one of the modulars when the Braves won the World Series.
Oh, wow. Wow. You know what I'd say, Thomas? I've noticed when you ask, should you make two 15-minute videos or one long one? If you could even break it down into
10 minutes instead of 15 minutes. Milk that cash cow.
even 5 minutes. I find on all my videos, I go to the analytics. Viewers don't watch for more than 2 minutes, man. They like their fast forward button. So if you make it shorter, they might watch it longer and engage more, especially if you can make it shorter and keep it like poppy and keep it entertaining versus 15 minutes. They're going to have a spot in there where they're going to be like, oh, I'm bored. And they're going to fast forward.
See, that's why I always try to go between 10 and 11 and nothing above, because you're going to have a bigger audience than if you have a 15 to an hour video. Well, a 15-minute to an hour video, but you also know that you're going to get the mid-roll ads. And if you can get a captive audience on Patreon or YouTube membership or YouTube live stream super chats, you'll never have to rely on the mid-roll ads in the first place. What does everyone hate most about YouTube? The mid-roll ads.
If you can even get mid-roll ads if you're monetized, but if you're not monetized yet, You
Yes,
want that
but
viewer engagement.
yes, and that's why I say, or that's why I ask the question for all of my subscribers out there, my 232, because we've gone up from 223 since before I made that short that went wild. Yeah,
Sure.
gained like 9 subscribers in 3 days. I
Sure.
don't see. I don't know why YouTube thought that people would want to watch that. Like, did it just catch fire because I used hot chocolates, I believe in miracles? Or was it that I said Mayo Hosco believes in miracles in the title? Like, was that what tripped it up or something? Because
I don't
normally
know, 'cause
my
I've done
shorts
shorts that
don't catch
suck.
fire like that.
I've done shorts that sucked and they did good. Like it got 7,000 views. And I've done shorts that I thought were going to get lots of views and they got no views. So
Exactly. Like, I'm in the same boat with YouTube Shorts, but I'll still do them. And it's like, I go, what? Yeah. And so, like, I don't understand that kind of inequity of you don't know which video is going to catch fire because we don't know how to. We don't know. We just can't explain the YouTube algorithm.
Yup. That's how I feel.
And so, like, what was I talking about before I was talking about the shorts? I see, I've forgotten because, damn it.
Oh, you have to rewind.
Oh, yes, I remember now. I'll ask my subscribers, hey, would you rather monetarily support me on Patreon, or B, would you rather sit through these mid-roll ads?
So what if they said neither?
If they didn't roll, talk is cheap, actions are priceless.
Yeah, but what if your viewers said, Mayo, I don't want to watch any commercials?
Then I'll say them. Well, I'll tell them. Well, if you want to invest in not watching commercials, you could pay the $5 a month to.
But what if they don't want to do that?
No. Hear me out. You could pay the $5 a month for YouTube Premium and not have the ads, or you could pay me $3 a month and not have to go through the ads.
But if I pay $5, does that mean I get no ads for nobody?
Yeah, you get no ads for nobody.
Right? So then I got to pay you $3 or I get no ads for nobody for $5. So then I'd ask myself, if I'm going to charge someone $3 or $2 or $4, what am I doing that's so great versus Brixie or Jang or Brooks Bricks or Bevan?
Well, they have a captive audience, and when you have a captive audience,
you can charge them money.
Well, no, when you have a captive audience, there's more things you can offer. Like, you can offer things that a small YouTuber can't. Like whenever whenever I have 3 people monetarily supporting me on Patreon, I'll throw up polls. I'll give them control, and if they want it, I'll give them the early access. But something I've found is that when you have a limited amount of people who invest in you monetarily, most likely they're not going to give a shit when they watch your video. But if you have a channel that's over 100,000 subscribers and you have over 10 people who support you on Patreon, or over 10 people who support you,
want to see that early
on YouTube, a membership, they're going to want to beat all of those spammers that comment, hey, cool video, come watch my video, subscribe to my channel, I just hit that big like button, first, second, 161 club. Like, they're going to want to beat all of those to the punch, so those bots and those spammers can never say, hey, I was the first. And then if a clever person responds, they'll say, first what? Because all they'll comment is just first.
So I guess in a nutshell, could I not do what I'm just doing now anyways without without making any money ever? Of course I could. So if my house was paid off, my car's paid off, would I not have more free time to do more YouTube stuff?
Well,
I guess what I'm asking is,
but you'd still have your job, and you'd use your job to fund your hobbies.
yeah, but eventually there's going to be no job and it's just going to be all free time.
Yeah, that's when you retire. And how far away are you from retiring?
Hopefully sooner than later.
Like, are you more or less than 20 years away?
Oh, I'm hell of a lot less than 20 years away. I can't work another 20 years. I've already burnt myself out too much. I already worked 20 years to get out 20 years early.
Because, like, I'm probably 40 years away from retiring. Maybe a bit more than 40 years.
I've already
live
done
in
my
an
time though.
I don't live in an apartment. I'm waiting. I'm still trying to accumulate enough in savings just to get a down payment on a home.
How old are you, Mayo? 20?
I'm 20 and I've been sober my whole life. The legal drinking age is 18 and I still haven't touched the bottle.
What's the longest you've ever worked straight?
Straight probably 8 hours at my job or 8 hours on one of my live streams.
So when I got out of high school, up until the age probably about 32, that's when I really got tired of it. I'd work as many hours as I could. The longest I worked nonstop was 33 hours straight.
See, and did you have a lunch break or a toilet break in there?
Well, I'd stop and go to the bathroom, but I eat as I work. I don't stop for 30 minutes for a lunch break. I eat my sandwich or I eat my food as I work. So 24 hours for YouTube sitting in a chair isn't that big of a deal, I don't think.
Yeah, like that's why people like you and some people who we shall not name have the willpower to do 24 and 48 hour and 72 hour and 96 hour. And if someone is that crazy, a 168 hour live stream.
But in a nutshell, like all those damn hours working as when I was younger, I was doing it so that I would hopefully not have to work when I'm 65, 75, 85, 95.
Yeah, but adjusted for inflation, you're more likely to make more money as a mature aged worker than a youth worker, which is what
You got
I
your
am.
prime. So you'll have your prime, and my prime probably would have been, I don't know, between 29 and 37. Like you got
that's normally most people's prime is your early to mid 30s.
Yeah, and some people, it might be their whole 40s as well. Depends what you do for a job.
Like it depends. It depends if you're working in an office, or you're a contractor, or you're a manual labor person.
Exactly, whether you're manual labor or a lawyer.
Like I'm working in an office, but it's a lot of repetition on the computer. I'm not in overalls all day moving dirt around with a shovel. But I know some people who graduated high school with me, and they're doing carpentry right now, or they're an electrician.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did, and then I just made it so I could work as many hours as I wanted. I just cut the middleman out, so I'd never have a boss tell me, "Oh, you got to go home. We can't pay you overtime."
Yeah, like that's why, like, my dream is to be my own boss, but you need to build up enough skills working under a boss so that you know how to be a boss. Like I know people who they have a good boss right now, but they've had some bad bosses in their past.
Yeah.
Like I think working under a multiple bosses, working both under a good boss and a bad boss, is the best way for you to learn how to become your own boss.
There's people who worked for no bosses and just got her done. Show's called Dragon's Den.
There's some people who know how to delegate tasks because they trust the employees underneath them, but there's some who don't have any faith in the youth of tomorrow, and they just want to micromanage everybody.
I don't want to micromanage nobody, and I don't have any faith in the youth of tomorrow.
See, I'd love to be a sole proprietor with like just with like a payroll less than five people. If you're a
Sole proprietor means you're still employed, bro. You want to
Yeah.
be incorporated. You want to
No.
be your own incorporation.
No, if you're a sole proprietor and you have a payroll more than 5 people, that's where it gets a little bit more dicey. Like because when you're a sole proprietor, it's not necessarily just about, oh, I got to squeeze every penny possible. It's about time is money.
I'm gonna go Google this again.
And as Mr. Krabs once said to SpongeBob and Squidward, time is money. If you boys be wasting time, then you're wasting money. Because, like, you could be the only one in the store and you're trying to handle all the customers at once, and then some customers are waiting so long in line that they say, fuck this guy, I'm leaving. And then you don't get to serve those customers because you don't have multiple people to have multiple service lines. Like, that's their way of thinking because they have a captive enough market share. Like, if you have a manageable customer base, you don't need to hire anyone. But there's a reason why McDonald's have 37,000 joints worldwide and they have over 1 million employees.
Oh, it's funny. I wonder why they would have made me do that then. Interesting.
Just a Triple D Honey says, does sleeping on a stream count or going backstage and leaving your guests to run the stream count? I think Triple D's taking a dig at both of us.
Hey, if you get the hours, it counts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andrew asked, do you have Social Security in Canada? If so, what's the minimum age? It's 67 here in the US, if I remember correctly. I don't remember correctly because it keeps jumping around. It used to be around 67. For some reason, I feel like it's 75 here now in Canada.
I think it's 70 here in this country, but that's because the government for decades now have been pushing superannuation, which is kind of like our version of 401k.
Yeah, and here you don't want to live off Social Security in your old age. You're going to be eating cat food.
You don't, because and that's why
like $1,200 a month.
That's why they've made it where superannuation or 401k does pay more than the pension, so not as many people are dependent on the pension.
The 401k, though, do you still have to invest in that yourself to get it started?
Well, see, with superannuation or 401k, you have the option to invest in yourself. Like when I start, because as I've said, I'm not going to work enough hours this year to have to pay my taxes. So all of the money that my job agent has taken out of my pay.
Yeah, you have to invest yourself.
To pay my taxes. I'm going to get all of that taxes back in a tax return at the end of the physical year, and I'm going to put that entire tax return into a superannuation 401k, and I'm not going to see that money till I'm 65. But I know if that money is invested wisely as a part of my superannuation 401k, that money hopefully will work for itself.
Maybe that's why a lot of people are on pension, is they're not disciplined to put that money away, especially if they have to pay taxes.
And also, you don't have to pay taxes on what you invest in your superannuation, but you do have to pay capital gain taxes if you choose to have your retirement fund be by investing in the real estate market. For example, you do have to pay capital gains taxes on that.
Because we got a tax-free savings account up here too. So if I put $5,000 into it, I don't get taxed on the $5,000, but I get taxed on the interest that it makes me. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and the reason why we don't get taxed for investing in our own superannuation 401k is because that system is created so that the government doesn't have to pay a pension. Therefore, it incentivizes you by not taxing you, because it's a way that the government doesn't have to spend your tax money to pay people's pensions.
If you can save, and if the government has faith that all the citizens are saving for their taxes or for their retirement.
I don't want to have to ever live off. I don't want to have to ever live off the pension. Hopefully, when I'm 65, the pension is a thing of the past. Hopefully, because hopefully that'll teach
Hopefully
the
not.
whole human race to be more disciplined with their savings, and
Well, that's not happening.
it also means that our taxpayers' dollars don't have to fund people's retirements.
Well, that's not happening either. I think you're being unrealistic with both of those.
You see, that's why I try to be financially disciplined, so I don't have to ever have to live off the pension.
But
And
you're
I'll
set up
never
to be financially disciplined. If you have crappy health, or if you have kids, or if you're a single mom, you might not be in a position to be financially disciplined.
Yeah, I want to be in a position where I don't have to go without car insurance. I don't have to go without health insurance. Because I've had a big medical history, no surgeries or anything, but I've had a medical history of different scans and whatnot. And so trust me, I know the difference between private and public health. And whenever I'm in the workforce, when I'm living alone, I sure as hell want to be in a position where I can afford private health insurance.
And not have to wait?
Because I've seen the difference between private health and public health. And your health is the difference between life and death. And so I don't want to have to be waiting. I don't have to be waiting online 2 years for a heart transplant or a kidney transplant or anything. If I'm in private health, the doctors are going to have better communication with me, and they're going to put me higher up on the list because I'm with private health. Hello,
if you can afford it.
Hello, Daylight Bricks.
What up, Jonas? Good to see you, buddy.
And also,
We can do a 6-week stream.
at least in this country, there's something called the Medicare levy, which is essentially a tax to fund a public health, much like you'd have in Canada. For people in this country that pay for private health, you don't have to pay as much for the Medicare tax. You don't have to pay as much tax if you pay for private health. If you don't have private health, you have to pay 50% more in the medical health tax.
Wow.
Because you can't afford private health. Those who can afford private health are paying 33% less tax than those who can't afford private health. And the reason they're paying more, the reason people who can't afford private health are paying more tax to fund that a medical health tax is because they're the most likely people to use public health. If
So
you
your
can afford,
government charges 33% more if I don't have a whole lot of cash? I got to pay 33% more in taxes?
No, you have to pay 50% more in the medical health tax
Well, how are you
Because
supposed to get ahead then? It's like they're keeping you poor.
okay, so how else? So how else is a government? How else is a national government supposed to have a public health then? I mean,
The same way
Canada,
Canada does. Regular taxes, bro.
yeah, what Australia does, regular taxes, because you
So
have to think about it. Because
you
you have
make
to
more
think
money,
about
we
it.
tax you less. If you make less money, we're going to
Well,
tax you more.
because you have to think about it. Would you rather be in our position where, let's say, you're paying $1,000 a year to pay this tax, or would you rather have basic private health insurance cover and pay that a little bit of tax anyway, or would you rather use the US system where it's all private health,
I'd
and
rather have Canada.
there's a good chance you have to ask people on GoFundMe to pay your medical bill,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
worse comes for worse, you have to sell your house just to pay for your surgery. It's a kind of a pick your poison.
I'd rather have Canada's system where they offer it to everyone. And then that way,
See,
if you start offering public and private health, you're segregating the society.
but like, no matter what, no matter how much people, well, no, sorry, no, no matter how much you as an individual are paying for health, or no matter how much the population is paying for health, it's all a gamble in the end because no one knows when they're going to have to call an ambulance. No one knows when they're going to have to go to the doctor. No one knows when they're going to have to go to get a
Yeah, so make it the
transplant
same and
or a
make it
surgery.
on a triage. Make it on a triage basis. Don't make
It,
it where. Don't
it's
make it
all
where.
a gamble. It's
Okay,
all
I'll just
a
stop talking
gamble.
now.
It's all a gamble no matter what. It's all a gamble. No system is perfect, but it's better to have an insurance policy than to not have an insurance policy. Anyway, that's all I had to. That's all I had to say.
So you're saying that you'd wait in line while Mark Zuckerberg got his health care and while you died just because he had more money than you?
Well, I wouldn't want to wait in line. That's why I want to be in a position where I can afford
Yeah, but
private
there's
health
people who
insurance.
have more money than you, so they're going to go first. So now you have to wait in line for the rich people to go before you.
But I'm not. I'm not going to a rich person's hospital anyway.
But you have to go to a hospital, Mayo, and you're not the richest person in the world.
But Mark
Therefore, there's going to be
Zuckerberg.
people ahead of you,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Like that's what we have to
So
accept
you're
as
setting
people.
yourself up to come into the exact same hospital that I'm going to be
But
because
that's what everyone in the
you're
middle
not going to be waiting
class.
in line for Mark Zuckerberg to get his treatment while you die. Therefore, you're going to go to the hospital that everyone goes to, right? So
Yeah,
as soon as you put private health care and just private health care, you're segregating society. And the only people
exactly.
who are going to get treatment are going to be the rich people. And even though you want your private health care, you're going to be at the bottom of the list dying in the gutter. So it's not an advantage. There's a better
No,
system than just having private health care.
exactly. But that's why I'm saying the best system is where you have a country that has both public and private because it gives people the option. It gives people the choice. All public health, like 100% public health, is not an ideal option. 100% private health is an even worse option. But if you can have 75% public health and 25% private health, that's the best of both worlds because you give people the option.
Well, always giving them an option's better, but they can still go to the States. Like someone in Canada can still go to the States and get their private health. They can still go to Argentina or Mexico and get their private health, right?
Yeah.
I just think it's a can of worms once you start doing private and public again, you're just dividing society. You're just saying you're better than me or I'm better than you because of this, this, and this, when it's not like that. Everyone should get the same treatment, whether you have $10 million or $2.
So
I get what you're saying, and it's going to be faster for you, or it's going to be less tax dollars. But from a humanity standpoint,
yes, I don't want there to be a a lower class. I want all of the people in a lower class to get into the middle class.
there has to be no lower class, no middle class, and no upper class in a, like, obviously that's never going to happen in our world, but in a perfect utopia, as soon as there's a divide like that, it's just well, it's the whole money and greed thing, really. Money, greed.
Well, yeah, that's what it is, and I think the culture of money and greed from the people who pay for private health comes from the people who are building the private health hospitals.
I just don't know why they can't offer the same service to everyone. And yeah, there's going to be money, but are those rich people side skirting their taxes anyways? Of course they shouldn't be. They should be paying for their own health care anyways. They don't even want to be paying taxes in the first place.
Yeah, but I think, well, like I only speak from history. I've like I am in a position where my family can afford private health. We didn't used to be able to afford it, but now we can. I know some people, like my friends, will never be able to afford that. They'll never be able to afford private health because the system has kept them down.
So let's say private health and you can afford it. Okay, let's say you can afford it and I can't. Let's say you got a broken arm and my arm is hanging by a thread and I'm bleeding all over the place. Because you can afford it, I should wait for you and take a chance of dying?
Well,
Shouldn't we take the first person who needs it first?
Well, people of good faith like me will say, hey, my arm is only dislocated. No, sorry. I should say, hey, my arm only has a torn elbow. Your arm is freaking hanging out of the side of your body. You need this care more than me.
And that works for you as an individual, but I don't think
I'm a person of good faith. I know that my injury can be easily treated. If your arm is hanging out of your body and they can't put it back in, your arm might have to get amputated. I don't want to see anyone's arm get amputated. I'm a person of good faith, so I'll happily defer treatment to those who need it most.
Where we are right now, it's all public
treatment.
It's all public health care, and the government is starting about talks of just putting parts of private health care, and it's up in arms, and people are losing their minds over it already, because it's just what they're going to do is they're going to start to put in private health care, and they're going to slowly take out the public health care. They're going to slowly take it out. Our taxes aren't going to go down. They're already taking that money. They're just going to waste it somewhere else while we have to pay those taxes. And now I have to pay my medical bills and. I just think, in a nutshell, the best, like you said, Mail, would be a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But humans can't keep a little bit of this and can't keep a little bit of that.
I think the perfect system is 75% public health, 25% private.
Which would be good if we weren't humans. But as soon as we're stupid humans and we get involved, we wreck it.
Yeah, that's why you've got to have competent people who can competently run a competent economy and not screw it all up.
You just shot yourself in the foot with that whole sentence.
Exactly, because common sense ain't that common, is it?
And there's not competent people running the country.
and we live in an individualistic society, so it's very rare to have people of good faith who will happily
true.
defer treatment to someone whose arm has come out of their socket if
Humanity's the
if
opposite.
if the only arm injury you have is you've got a sore elbow.
Yeah, humanity's the opposite. They'd tell you different on camera, but behind closed doors, especially if they knew that no one was gonna find out,
They're
they'd
two-faced.
bleed to death while their kid got their nose wiped. Right?
It's kind of like that whole scandal about those celebrities that were bribing the American colleges to get their kids into Harvard or to
Yeah.
UCLA
Yeah,
without
those were the
having
rich
to
ones.
take the SATs.
Yeah, those were the rich ones that could afford to get their kids into school, and they were
Like
still side skirting the rules and the procedures. Those were
like
the rich people.
that's
Right.
wrong because their kids didn't earn that education. They didn't get top marks in the SATs, but they didn't earn their college admission.
Exactly. And the parents could have paid for their kids to been in a position to earn their education, where someone like me or other people didn't get a position to even have a chance at an education, right?
Yeah.
So that's rich. I'm saying that's just rich people.
Yeah, that's rich people. That's rich people who, when you're someone like a Novak,
Not all rich people.
when you're someone like a Novak Djokovic, who's going along with all of his dramas, trying to play the Australian Open in tennis, I've said countless times, with the way that he feels he has been wrongfully treated by our government, because there was a chance that he could be deported because he doesn't want to get the vaccine or whatever. I've
I thought they
said
did.
I've said multiple times with the way that Novak Djokovic has spoken to the media while he's been held hostage by the police. I'm guessing he's thinking, is this how the middle class has to live? Is this what being in the middle class is like? I never want to be in the middle class. I'm earning $20 million a year from the Association of Tennis Professionals. I'm never going to retire from this game. I never want to be in the middle class, something which billions and billions of people have to go through every day, because we're not in those positions. We're not in those positions. We're not in the upper class. We're the blue collar hard workers in the middle class. That's what we are. You're in the middle class. I'm in the middle class. I guess majority of our audience is in the middle class.
I wouldn't even know what considers upper class.
Like the top one. Sorry, the top 1%. Sorry, I think the top 5% owns 80% of all the property in the world. Like, come on.
Yeah, that number's climbing too. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, just in a nutshell, like even the stuff we talked about this last half hour, like humanity, right and wrong choices. Like, you couldn't put a human. You know, like if someone drops $20, half the people are going to pick it up and put it in their pocket. They're not going to come tap you on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, buddy, you dropped this," right? Humans are a vile, disgusting creature.
Yeah, that's why I try not to be a vile, disgusting creature.
Yes, and that's a good point. We know we are, so like try not to be, right? I know
we are what we eat.
And that tennis player, that's a good point. So
Novak Djokovic.
Why not? Like, why not just get it though? Like, why not just get the vaccine so you know you can travel no problem
and play in an international tennis tournament where you have the chance to earn $20 million in prize money.
Yeah, like if you don't want your vaccine, that's fine, but sit at home. Like, don't expect to go to the movie theaters or
Yeah.
out to restaurants or on
Yeah,
a plane.
exactly. Like, for years, he has been laughing at everyone else who he thinks is beneath him. Now, everyone beneath him is laughing at him. That's bad. That's bad karma. What goes around comes around. It's a two-way street. If I can laugh at you, then you can laugh at me. If Novak Djokovic can laugh at us, we can laugh at Novak Djokovic.
But maybe that's the problem is the world, and even Dusty says love is the only way to fix this planet. But what if half the people are, even Irish Andrew, it's the fact that they're selfish and they care about the power and money. It's not that they're incompetent. So if half the people don't want to love, if half the people on this planet only care about power and money, is the planet fixable?
Well, well, I don't. Well, like, love is the ultimate way to fix the planet, but the second best way to fix the planet is competency. Because if you're competent about what you're doing, that means that you have the knowledge about what you have to do. You have the work ethic about what you have to do, and you're reliable at what you're going to do. So more times than not, you're going to make the right decision rather than the wrong decision.
So
If you're making a bad decision, that means you're choosing to invest in fossil fuels. If you're making the good decision, that means you're choosing to invest in renewable energy. For
well, you can't
example,
say that that's a bad decision. But before we get to that, you're telling me that the state of the world that we're in
is a bad decision.
is because people are competent?
No, what I'm saying
They're
is the state of the world right now proves that more people are incompetent than competent.
Yeah. And using fossil fuels isn't a bad choice. Sometimes it's the only choice you have.
Exactly, exactly. Like people in Asia and Africa, that they don't have the natural resource that is groundwater or water
Exactly.
filtration, so they can only afford bottled water. In
Or like the
Australia,
government. The government made all these roads, therefore I have to drive a car. Now, if they built electric trains, I'd be able to take an
yes.
electric train.
See, and what
got what you're saying,
happened,
Andrew.
and what happened is the oil companies lobbied for wide open spaces to invest more in airplane travel. The oil companies lobbied in smaller places to build massive interconnected highway systems. The oil companies got their money, and they left the railways to rot. Literally, they're rotting
Exactly.
away.
So the oil companies got their way by pulling the oil out of the ground, buying out the government, forcing us into these cars to drive around these cars, to fly because everything's so spread out, but yet we're on the hook for the climate change, aren't we? Not the oil companies, they're not paying
Yeah,
for it.
yeah, because like
Our
privatize,
individual choices that's going to
yeah,
make the difference.
yeah, privatize the gain, socialize the pain. That's what it is. That's how they operate. Privatize the gain, socialize the pain.
Sounds like healthcare. Privatize the game, socialize. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah. Well, in public health, it's everyone's responsibility. In private health, it's only the responsibility of those who can afford to pay for it.
It's like anything in life. There's a fine line and a nice balance. Any one too far on one side of that balance and it falls off, right? But if you walk
Yeah.
that fine line, it just works as a good flow.
If you're not prepared to compromise with other people who you care about most, and you're not willing to make a sacrifice, you're never going to be a diplomat.
Yeah, it's hard to have some of these conversations, Mayo, and it's like sometimes if it feels like I'm tensing up, it's not the conversation like we're having between us. It's the whole world and theory that I'm cringing about, right?
Yeah. That's why I always say scientists are trying to solve the context. Philosophers are wondering what's next. I'm a philosopher, not a scientist. I'm a researcher, not a scientist.
I wouldn't be a scientist, but I'd have to be I don't know what you'd call it. Like I'm sure I'd believe in ghosts. I'm sure like some of that stuff's explainable, but I don't because I don't see it, right?
Okay, what's it? Okay, okay. When someone feels that they feel the presence of the dead, that's kinetic energy rising out of the ground. That's what that is. It's kinetic energy. Why do people want to kick, punch, and scream when they're angry? It's a release of kinetic energy.
So
If they
what's
can get that,
between
if they can get, well, anger is built. No, sorry, anger is caused by a build-up of rapid kinetic energy. The way to stop feeling angry is to release that kinetic energy out of your body.
so what's between a scientist and like a philanthropist,
Well, in between a
whatever
scientist,
the hell it's called.
well, in between a scientist and a philanthropist is an enterprise. An enterprise is someone of good faith who wants to make minimal profit for maximum help. Because you'll see that a lot of the philanthropists, they'll start an enterprise and they make just they like let's say if a philanthropist sells a product for $1,000 that can help someone, and they're only taking away 1% of that $1,000, and they're using the rest of that one. They're using the other 99% of that $1,000 to reinvest back into the medical research. They're only taking away 1% of that $1,000 just to pay themselves and their employees. That's an enterprise.
Yeah, I'm somewhere
You're
in
not
between
you're
there.
not you're not an enterprise if you're having to answer to shareholders.
I'm somewhere in there. I'm not quite Freudian psychologist, but I'm somewhere in between. I'm not quite the scientist. I'm not a or Freudian. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Because
somewhere in between.
I would prefer to help billions of people than to help 1,000 people who have invested in me. I'd prefer to help the masses because I'm a person of goodwill. So
Yeah.
therefore, I would rather run an enterprise where I can put a smile on people's face and the minimal amount of profits that we make is used to cover our labor costs and myself. I would prefer that than to have $1 billion in my bank account that I'm never going to use.
Yeah. See, I'm in between because like everyone wants nice clothes and a nice car and a nice
But
house.
we
I'm
don't
no
need
different.
it, do we?
Well, to an extent, you want a nice house and you want some nice stuff, but do you need like a 20,000 square foot house for like 4 people? Probably not, right?
Like, like you
Do I
talk
need
about that stuff.
18 Ferraris? Probably not.
Like, like
Australia.
I would love to have a 4 bedroom house and a Ferrari F40, but I don't need a Louis Vuitton bag. I don't need a Gucci jacket or anything like that. I don't need it. I don't need a Rolex.
Well, even if you don't need it, let's say you just wanted it. It's cool. You wanted a Rolex, but do you need 10 Rolexes?
No.
Right?
Do I need to go out and buy at a private auction a Tom Brady or a Michael Jordan or a Wayne Gretzky a rookie card for $500,000? No, I don't need
No.
that.
And that's another funny one that I won't understand, but at the same time, I mean, scarcity and those what do you call those? Like little eras, the little hidden gems that are only from one or two generations. I kind of get a little bit of that. Like I can see why people would spend money on that. But the fact that humans put a value on something like that so high, but we don't value life that high is crazy.
That's because it's artificially inflated value.
Scarcity value.
Yeah, and a day like Briggs, I'm from Australia. I actually am a happy person because I know that I've got it better than others. That's why I'm able to sympathize and empathize with those who do complain. Because even though I'm in the upper middle class, I feel a lot of the pain that my friends in the lower middle class experience every day, and I have such a deep connection with my friends who, if you really want to be cruel, I could say they are beneath me, but I don't let classism get in the way of people who I want to be friends with. If I'm someone in the upper middle class and I want to be friends with someone in the middle class or the lower middle class or the lower class, I'm not gonna say, "Oh, you're beneath me. You can't be my friend." That's being a pretentious person and
That's
caring
good.
more
And you know
about
why you
money
never want to say that, Mail?
and caring more about money than friends. Like,
You know why it's good that you never want to say that someone's beneath you? Because that person could also take it away from you.
exactly. And also, to say that someone is beneath you means that you're eliminating more people from associating with you
Oh, you're
than
pumped.
than not.
No one's ever beneath anybody ever in life. It doesn't matter what you own. It doesn't matter how much you make. We all breathe air. We all bleed. Everyone is the exact same. No
Yeah,
one's
like
above or below.
that's why I believe in classism financially, but I don't believe in classism socially.
Yeah,
Because
but
just because someone is in a class that's beneath me doesn't mean I don't want to be friends with that person.
but even in classes like financially, isn't that not like a modern world? Is that not like a government made system where if we were all living in 1500s and your monetary bank was nothing but your hands and hard work,
Yeah,
then
there's a
everyone would be the
reason.
same.
There's a reason we evolved past feudalism, which literally kept people down. You had the king, you had the lords, then you had the knights, then you had the peasants. The peasants would always be the peasants.
That
The
sounds like
knights
modern day society.
the knights would always be the knights. The lords would always be the lords, and the kings would always be the kings.
You had the prime minister, and then you had the members of parliament, and then you had,
But back then, there was no such thing as getting promoted for doing a good job. Started started from the bottom. Now we're here. Started from the bottom. Now we're here.
there's one thing that was good back then, though. When the king screwed up, society would go hang him or
Yeah,
behead him.
yeah. Witch. She's a witch. You need to make that scene in your Castle Pirates mock where they're executing someone because they believe she's a witch, and you should actually use one of the witch collectible minifigs
I'm gonna write that down. That's a good one. A witch.
because normally they would
Execution, but it's not a.
because they were sexist back then. They would say that any smart woman who, because back then they believed that women should not get an education. Nowadays,
Most
more
countries that
women.
believe that.
How times have changed. Nowadays, more women go to college than men. How times have changed. Back then, they said that any woman that was smart must be a witch. So to kind of point, to kind of give the finger at that old way of thinking, which is periodically accurate for the mock that you're making? What if you use an actual witch
I'd do
and they
that.
say witch, she's a witch when she actually is a witch, and they actually execute a real witch?
My wife would be a witch then.
No, because
What up, Timo?
a psychologist could never be a witch.
No, but according to back in the day, maybe not today, but back in the day,
Yeah.
because she makes more money than me and she's smarter than me, I'd
Yeah.
just be like, she's a witch.
Yeah, because like that's because men were more sexist back then, and they tried to protect more of their assets, and they didn't value women as much as we do now.
No, and there's still countries that are running it like 300 years ago, right?
Yeah, like Saudi Arabia, where for the longest of time women weren't allowed to drive a car, but they got their new king in 2019, who put Saudi Aramco onto the stock market. First day of trading, they were worth over $1 trillion.
Yeah, that was smart.
And the new king of Saudi Arabia, because he's more a left, he's more of a Democrat than the old Republicans that were kings of Saudi Arabia. That's why he said, you know what? My ancestors have totally fucked us over. Why should we not let women allowed to drive? You know what? When I'm king, I'm going to let women have one of their civil liberties, and I'm going to let them be able to drive in my kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And that's what he did. Now women are allowed to drive. They're still not allowed to be unescorted by another man. No, so they're still not allowed to go out on the street unescorted by a man, but at least they can drive.
You can drive, but you just have to have your man in the passenger seat there.
Yeah, but at least women are allowed to drive in Saudi Arabia now.
Jacob, good to see you. And he's asking, anyone getting any VIP coins in a few hours? I have to ask, is there any new coins, or are they doing reruns?
I think someone said that they're bringing back the old coins for a second run, because like so many people were complaining that there weren't enough of the coins going round back then. So I think Lego actually listened to their fans for once and brought back the old coins. They're going for, I'm pretty sure they're getting re-released for a second run.
I don't know why they listen to the fans with a gift with purchase, but they don't listen to the fan with anything else.
See, and like me personally, I don't collect the corner modulars, so I'm not buying the boutique hotel, and I don't collect the gift with purchases. I only use my VIP points to buy a Picklewick cups or shop.lego.com.au orders. So
yeah, I do it for orders, and now it's mainly for parts that I'm using it for.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I can get all these sets cheaper at retail. I'll prefer to use my VIP points to save money on Pab cups.
Those coins look cool, especially that pirate one, but then they're just gonna sit on my shelf.
Yeah, and like I don't collect gift with purchases because I'm not down for the chase. So and like by default I don't collect the coins. So I'll let other people be kept up at night wondering, oh fuck, am I gonna get the coin, or am I gonna miss out on the Ulysses space shuttle?
Yeah, exactly. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning. You guys are up early. Jacob, you're up early.
Well, what time is it on the east coast of North America? Let me see.
6:38.
And it's 4:38 for you right now. It's 10:08 p.m. for me.
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm not sleeping yet. I've almost.
And so, like, I should say now that we've got people waking up, that I will be going live in like 14 hours and 22 minutes. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wake up early and I'm gonna watch my recording of the College Football National Championship, because that game's already over. But I'm not going onto Instagram. Well, sorry, I'm not going to search through my Instagram feed.
Find this score.
I'm not going to go through my Instagram feed trying to look for the score. I'm not going to go onto the NFL app. Not going to go to NFL.com. I want to avoid looking at the score because I want to watch. I want to watch the game and see the post-match presentations, etc. Roll Tide.
Roll the credits. That's right, because I'm about to shut her down. I gotta go at least get 2 hours of sleep before.
Yeah, so if you're not subscribed to Mayor Hosco, subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you get notified of when I go live tomorrow.
For sure. Tomorrow? Nice.
Yeah, and so like everyone in the live stream gang is invited, and you're always invited as well.
Nice. Yeah, I'm not part of that live stream gang no more.
Yeah, that's
yeah, I'm still part of the live stream gang, just not the other one.
well,
maybe I left the live stream gang too. Depends who.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, well, like I wouldn't add you back to the live stream gang if I didn't have your permission.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. I'm not going to be in any groups. I'm not.
Yeah,
joining.
Yeah, because I think you've made that decision, and I think it's a wise decision to not have to deal with people's drama.
Oh, I like dealing people's drama. I love the entertainment. Don't get me wrong. It's how can I word this? I got to be careful with my words. If we're all trying to run a business or a brand, right? Do I want to tarnish my brand before it's even out the door?
No, that's why I don't want people to spoil me about what happened in the college football national championship, because I want to see if Alabama won.
For one coin. Yeah, and that's another reason why I don't watch. Well, I don't even watch movies, but sports in general is if you're really into it and you find the score out before you gotta watch it,
That's awful.
Then you don't even watch it anymore, right?
Yeah, because like this NFL season, I've said, I'd rather work on Mondays, so I don't care about the regular season. But come postseason time, I told my boss I can't work on Mondays. I've got to watch the NFL playoffs. I didn't tell him I've got to watch the NFL playoffs, but I told him I can't come in on Mondays. I've got to watch these NFL playoffs.
Oh, it's telling me you got a doctor's appointment or something. Or you got a personal issue you got to take care of.
Well, you see, I told my boss I can't work on Mondays until after Valentine's Day, because for us in Australia, the Super Bowl is going to be on Valentine's Day. And so I said I can't work on Mondays until after Valentine's Day, and no questions asked. They changed the roster.
So if the Super Bowl's on Valentine's Day for you in Australia, I wonder how full that divorce court's going to be the day after. No, babe, no, we're not going out for dinner. I got to watch the football game, shit.
Well, see, not many. Stop
crying, baby.
Like, of course, only the real diehards in this country are going to watch the Super Bowl, but because, like, probably more people in this country care about the NBA more than the NFL.
Interesting.
Because of Jordan and LeBron and Kobe and all those guys.
Baby, stop crying. Stop crying. It's just a football game.
See, I don't have a girlfriend, so I don't have to go through that confrontation.
It's a lot of work. Don't get a girlfriend until you're ready to get married.
And
it's not worth it.
Yeah. And so I'm gonna have to message my bro friend.
Sex is overrated. You can just pay for that shit.
If he can come over and watch the Super Bowl, and we've got a bet going.
Ooh, how much and what kind of bet?
Right now, $20 the Packers against the field, and $20 that his Patriots can make it to the AFC Championship.
The sports team won the game.
See, and I wanted to place the bet. I wanted to get Adrian to do a bet with me about that stuff, just to make the games more interesting.
Yeah, it would. It'd make it, if you're puking in your mouth when your team lost before, you're definitely going to be puking in your mouth when your team loses now and it costs you $300 or more.
Because I bet on someone in the AFL in September to win a semi-finals because they were the underdogs, but I didn't believe they should be the underdogs. They went on to go to the grand final, and they were $2.35 underdogs to win that semi-final. So I placed a $10 bet because I was like, yeah, if I lose $10, that's not too much for me, and $10 is a low enough price for me to have some decent fun while being emotionally invested in this sports event. Because for what I have in the bank, $10 is nothing to me. And so I won $23 out of it.
Nice.
And I was like, cha-ching! I knew that they shouldn't have been the underdogs, and I was right.
Now, if you only had invested like 10 grand.
Now, if you invested 10 grand and what you thought was a sure thing, but it wasn't, then you would want to contact the mafia about trying to kill some people or something.
Oh yeah, you'd definitely be drinking yourself to sleep that night.
That's why I never want to bet more than $20 on sports gambling.
I don't gamble, and I never have because I got an addictive personality, and that's something I don't need to do.
I won $80 on a sports bet.
Before you go to lurk mode, sorry, May I just want to ask Jacob real quick. Before you go to lurk mode, what is 1,150 points cost in like real money? How much do I have to spend to get 1,150 points? I feel like that's like $120 or something.
Well, the best way to think is that the VIP points are basically a 5% discount. If it's double VIP, it's a 10% discount.
Oh, 5%. That's nasty then.
Exactly, which is why I'd rather go to the retailers where it's cheaper and then wait for the 20% off at the retailers. And Dusty Brick says, the sports team won the game, go team. That's funny. Coming from a non-sports fan. Someone who I could guess,
that's not too bad.
Someone who I could guess would say, you're getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars for playing a child's game.
Yeah, we won't go there. I wouldn't call it a child's game, but we won't go there with what they get paid and what the owners. Yes, I know the owners get paid, but we won't go there because then I'm going to start going off into what the actors and actresses and what the singers and musicians get paid, entertainers get paid versus the doctors and
it's
officers and teachers.
Yeah, because an athlete theoretically should not be getting paid more than a doctor.
No, in a perfect ideal world, no.
But there's more money in sports than there is in world health, which is just sad.
Yep. It's also just sad they've asked like a handful. When I say a handful of kids, we're talking like thousands of kids. What do you want to be when you grow up? So like years ago, it used to be like, I want to be a firefighter. Oh, I want to be an astronaut, right? You know what all the kids want to be nowadays because the money that's involved, apparently.
They want to be Steph Curry shooting 3-pointers, getting all the highlights on ESPN.
No, man. 36% of the youth want to be a YouTube influencer.
Yeah. When it's like, no, you're not going to be that.
36% of them do. That's crazy.
And that's because they've been indoctrinated by their iPhones. I was never indoctrinated by my iPhone. I lived on hand-me-downs for half a decade, and I only bought my first iPhone when I was 20. Some people
I didn't get an iPhone
some people are getting iPhones for their birthdays when they're only 5 years old. It's like, what the hell, man? What the hell?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I didn't have an iPhone until like 20-something. Like, there was new technology. T-Mog, how are you going to get your coin? You said you had a way you might be able to get it.
Like, I hate to say it, but now I'm beginning to be one of those people, and I never thought I would say it this quickly, but the kids these days are all soft.
Well, that's funny, and you're only 20, so think about how I feel at 38 or how someone feels at 68.
Yeah, yeah, I never thought I'd be saying it when I was this early at just 20 years old. I never thought I'd be saying, "Oh, the kids these days are all soft," and they're only 5 years younger than me, and
Yeah, well,
they're already way softer because technology gets better much quickly than it used to do.
well, that's the thing with the kids, the younger generations, they don't know how to
The
do
kids
a
these days,
12-hour stay of hard
they're
work.
all soft. Like, they could never work 9 to 5.
Exactly. So if I'm walking down a back alley late at night and there's a handful of soft kids in the back alley, how worried do I really have to be?
Yeah,
They've never
it's
worked a day
not
in their
like
damn life.
yeah, it's not like the Johnnies and the Bobbies with their doo-wop haircuts and their semi-automatic knives in the alleyway back in the 50s in Detroit.
Exactly.
In Detroit.
They still might have all that stuff, but they're still soft.
Yeah, like, do they know the best ways to wield a semi-automatic knife?
They even know how to throw, bro. Oh, that's funny. What's Jacob saying? Correction, you have to spend $200 for those
See, why?
coins.
See,
For a
see,
$10.
see, if if Lego normally goes by the rule that a gift with purchase is worth 20% what the threshold is, you mean to tell me that Lego values that coins if they say the minimum spend is $200? You mean to tell me Lego thinks those coins are worth $40? Are
Lego
you
doesn't
kidding
think they're
me?
worth $40. They just don't want to give you $40 worth of Lego for them.
But they know that that's the way the fans are going to see it. And they know that some of the fans are just die-hard purists, and they go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and they're going to buy all this crap no matter what, and they're going to question, if this a metric is consistent, is this coin really worth $40? No, it's not. It's not even worth $5.
Like from a real monetary value, no, but the same thing as we're talking about even before tonight, scarcity. So Michael Jordan shoes or Michael Jordan card or Wayne Gretzky card. Humans go
or a
Google
Tom
and
or a
Gaga
Tom
over
Brady a
scarcity.
Tom Brady or a Tom Brady game winning touchdown football.
Exactly, right? Like humans, as soon as a human finds out he can't have it, he wants it even more.
Yeah. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been guilty of that myself.
Oh, me too, for sure. For sure.
Like I think, see, because I know that there have been some things that I've chased, and I was like, oh, I have buyer's regret about this.
Very few stuff have I had buyer's regret about until my wife finds out
But
about
the
it.
great thing about Lego is if you ever have buyer's regret, you know that it's always going to go up in value if you don't like the set.
Yeah. Or you could probably take it back to the Lego store if you haven't opened it.
But if you
Or
have opened it, you can still get the same amount of money 5 years down the road as what you paid for it, maybe even double.
I was gonna say, yeah, or you take the minifigures out and you go return it to like Kmart or Walmart or Target or something, and you're making money now.
Yeah, yeah, because it's like the situation I've been talking about for the past 2 months with the set 76185 Spider-Man at the Sanctum Workshop. Would you rather pay $50 just for the minifigs, or would you rather pay $50 for the set? Because that's what the minifigures are going for on Bricklink.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's like, why would you pay $50 just for the minifigs when you can buy the whole set for $50?
Yeah, exactly right. Unless you couldn't get that whole set, why would you?
Like, why is
Impulse buy.
Doctor Strange worth $20? Why is Spider-Man with the black instead of the blue worth 15?
I'm gonna say scarcity. That's it.
I'm going to say because the fans think that's what it's worth when it's just at the end of the day a piece of plastic that's not even worth $2, but when it's all printed up it's worth $4.
We can't talk that too much, or else look at all the shit we're buying from China. Your country, my country, and every country.
Yeah.
That shit's worth pennies, and we're paying what, $20 a pop for it.
Yeah, because China manufactures everything sold at Walmart.
Well, the problem is, I don't know if it was their human rights or what, but if in Canada you open up a factory and you make this and you got to pay buddy $18 an hour to make this and you sell it for X amount. In China, they're paying buddy 18 cents to make this and they're selling it for the exact same amount, right?
Yeah, that's why everyone always makes the jokes that all of the American flags sold at Walmart are made in China. Like that's just the funniest thing. Or like if you're an American right now and you are waving an American flag as we speak, most likely that American flag was made in China.
And how pissed off would you be in China making American flags for your day job?
Just because you know that these Americans will buy American flags
Overpriced
made
shitty
in
flags.
China. Like I'm sure over 50% of the Australian flags and Canadian flags are made in China as well.
Yeah. Lego and shit for my vehicles is about the only crap I buy from China. Like, the consumables that you throw away. Like, yeah, I need a couch and stuff or whatever, but I don't buy like a lot of consumer products.
Well, for most people, all their furniture they buy comes from Sweden.
Yep.
IKEA.
Yep. Except for my couch. I'm pretty sure.
And everything's sold at Walmart.
I only buy my food from Walmart. I don't buy much else there because it's cheap.
Why would you buy food from Walmart? Ugh.
Because it's better than Superstore.
Superstore USA or Superstore Canada?
Canada? Aren't they the same? Right there.
Everyone loves the Super Friends from DC Comics. Which, if you don't know, that's actually grammatically incorrect because a DC is D something comics. So, do you mean to tell me DC Comics is actually just D something comics? Like, that's an interesting factoid not a lot of people know about. Everyone loves the Super Friends. Slipknot and 90s Flash. And The Weeknd with the chicken finger hair.
The table, IG for them. Jacob, you're up pretty damn early or late, however you want to look at it, man. What do you got going on? You go to bed? Or is this kind of your hours you rock out?
Like, my dad's a pretty good amateur craftsman. So we've been able to find a lot of furniture that people have just thrown away, and he's been able to restore a lot of things by just giving it a new varnish or a fresh coat of white paint.
Well,
and I'd say that 50% of all the furniture in my bedroom is actually recycled furniture. Only 2 pieces of furniture I actually had to buy at IKEA, which was my wardrobe and my bedside table. My hobby table, the table that my TV stands on, that's all recycled furniture that we painted up. And that's stuff that we didn't have to spend money on at IKEA.
It's all really a guy needs too, eh? Like you don't need
Yeah,
no
because
fancy furniture.
like if you know someone who's good at at craftsmanship, you'll be amazed how much people throw away old furniture, and
And
you
how
can
much
just
is
go
the weight off of it?
and you can just go driving by through the streets whenever people have their seasonal hard rubbish, where they just throw away all their old furniture, all their old broken TVs, and then the council comes along and mines all of the gold and the copper out of those TVs, and then they melt down the glass or whatever because it can be sold for scrap. Like when that comes around, you can go around and just load up a trailer with everyone's old furniture. If you're a good enough craftsman, you can restore it to usable condition again. Slap on some contemporary white paint, and someone could look at your furniture in your room, and they wouldn't even bat an eye, thinking that it wasn't from IKEA or
Oh
anything.
yeah, it looked brand new. Lee's back, right on.
Like, that's why I'm grateful that my dad is kind of a jack of all trades, because like the amount of the thousands of dollars we've saved by not having to hire a plumber or an electrician or a carpenter or anything like that is pretty special, because he's a jack of all trades.
I thought
And he's a hard
you in the upper middle class hired them plumbers and electricians 2 at a time.
and he's a public servant, and he's a fisherman as well. Like, he's a 5-time fishing state champion.
That's
He's a
pretty
jack of all trades. Like, we may be in the upper class, but we still have to find ways to cut costs. And the reason we have to find ways to cut costs
to get to the upper class
is because when you are in the upper class, you can afford more expensive overheads. You can afford that expensive cable television that your brethren in the lower class can't afford. So if you decide to spend that money on cable television, if you've got the skills, you can afford not have to pay a contractor to do the work if you can do it yourself. That's what my dad can do. So that's why we don't have to hire as many contractors, and therefore we can spend that money on cable television. That's how I'm going to be able to. That's how I've been able to record on cable television the college football national championship. Roll Tide. And like, that's why I'm never going to take a lot of things for granted. And things that I am going to take for granted is because my parents have worked hard to put me into a good position. They've made a lot of sacrifices to give me the best life possible, and I couldn't be more grateful.
Sacrifices to give you the best life possible. Damn, too bad they couldn't adopt me 38 years ago.
Yeah, because and also we got lucky because we bought our house before the housing boom in the early 2000s.
Yeah, isn't Australia getting expensive for houses?
Well,
isn't the average house like $480?
It's getting expensive because there's not as much public housing as there used to be, because a lot of people who were once a part of a housing trust bought their houses, and then they bought multiple housing trust houses, renovated them, and basically sold them at a higher price. And also there's been other housing booms in the benefit of the short-term economy that's compromised the long-term economy. So now you'll have 20 people bidding for the one house. A house that should sell for only $600,000 is selling for $800,000 instead. And that's just artificial inflation because there aren't enough houses to go around. And some of our politicians own 20 houses that they're not even using.
I got the same.
Imagine, and we've got all of these golf courses in a metropolitan area why do we need all these golf courses? Why can't we bulldoze these golf courses and make affordable, cheap public housing out of them? That can help. That can help to increase the supply to meet the demand, so people aren't having to pay as much for a roof over their head
I got
when
the
they
same
desperately need a
question
roof
as
over their
Kevin.
head.
It's because the wrong person's in power. Like, same thing. The government don't care.
Yeah, like I'm just glad that I live in a city, unlike
Hotel
other
doctor.
cities in this country, namely Sydney. I'm just glad that the median house price in the city of Adelaide isn't $1 million like it is in Sydney.
I gotta ask Scotty, is that a hotel like a mock or the set? Same question as Kevin. And then Lee says she just got home, been out buying storage drawers. Very cool.
Yeah, I see Miss Bricks is back in the chat, and there's Scott.
It's
If
up
you
there,
didn't,
expense.
if you didn't know, Scott's Blocks is on Instagram now,
I sure did.
and so I added Scott's Blocks
He
to
sent me a little reminder.
the live stream gang on Instagram, because before he was only in the live stream gang on Discord. So it's great to have Scott's Blocks on Instagram, and we all must remember to go and follow Scott's Blocks on Instagram.
Right on.
Because I think I was his 13th follower or something. I think I was Scott's 13th follower.
Ooh,
So
lucky
12
number
other
13.
12 other people already bet me to the punch.
Nice, Scotty. We're working on the same project, mirror build.
And like Scott's Blocks is always invited on my live streams, as is you, and Miss Bricks, and Dusty Bricks, and T-Mog. I don't know if Kevin is Kevin Creamer on Instagram?
I wouldn't be surprised. He's been
Because I
often
know
for a while.
that Irish Andrew isn't on Instagram. Irish Andrew, are you on Discord? I can't remember. I can't remember if I'm friends with Irish Andrew on Discord. If he's got a Discord, because like he's okay. So Kevin Creamer,
He's
you are
gonna be
on,
busy for a while sorting.
you are on Instagram. What's your Instagram handle, Kevin? Because like, if you give me permission, I'd love to invite you to the live stream gang.
T-Mog says, by the way, Mark built that Fox Lodge set. Love it. Hey man.
Is
for sure.
is Kevin Creamer officially _KRC?
Oh no, you'd have to click on a picture.
Yeah, it says that I follow, so that must be Kevin Creamer.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. But we're getting close to that time there, getting about 5 hours in.
Citizens of the world, this is Anonymous. We apologize for interrupting your normal stream. We must warn you Dusty Bricks will be uploading content on his YouTube channel in the near future. Take this chance to prepare by stocking your house full of toilet roll. We repeat, Dusty Bricks' YouTube channel will be uploading content not suitable or interesting for most people. You have been warned. We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget. We are Legion.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I like
Rock
that
on,
one.
Thomas. Rock on.
Anonymous, that's awesome.
Maybe we want to wrap this thing up.
Yes, I appreciate everyone for hanging out. You guys are solid, especially at midnight all the way till 5:09 a.m. You guys are the shit in such a positive way. The bee's knees. You guys are sick in such a clean healthcare way. This is copyright free, but I still reckon YouTube will flag that one day. It might. It might.
Yeah.
So yes, T-Mog, Dusty, Scotty, Kevin. We got Lee, Miss Bricks. Who missing up in here? Of course, we got Mario. Mayo, Hosco, Irish Andrew, Triple D. I think that's hitting up everyone. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Wee early hours in the morning, helping a guy get the second floor mirror build done. Mayo, I know you want to get that plug in there, buddy.
All I'll say is go and subscribe to the Mayo Hosco channel. Turn on that notification bell so I can see you guys on my live stream in a little under 14 hours now.
That sounds good. I will probably be in there hanging out. You doing it 8 hours?
No. I think I'm gonna be doing some sorting of those dots.
Okay, I wouldn't be there for probably the full 8 hours, but I'll definitely be there tomorrow for a couple hours. That's for sure.
Yeah, because I think I'll do like a 5-hour live stream or something.
Nice. Well, I hope you guys all have a great night. It's only Tuesday for me. Tomorrow, maybe Wednesday for some of you. Hopefully your work week is going great. Take care. Have fun. Hope to see you all in the next one.
Bye.
Cheers, Mayo.
Cheers, Macro.